That way, if there's any background noise in your area, we don't have to share it for this time. Also, the parliamentarian has advised that there may be some overload with so many with people with their videos on screen. So if you feel that you need to turn off your video in order to preserve, I don't know the technicalities, but if you need to turn off your videos, do that if that makes it easier for you. But please put your name, your full name on the screen, and preferably to identify your society as well will help us very much if we get your name and we get your society. That's an important part of voting today. So do that, please. And with that, I'm going to call this meeting of the 108th Assembly of the American Ethical Union to order. I want to welcome all of the delegates from the member societies, AEU board members, past presidents, and certified clergy leaders to this important event. Before we begin, or as we begin, I'm going to ask Gregory Bonin to offer some opening words for this important occasion. Greg Bonin is our newest certified ethical culture leader. He is also a candidate for ministerial fellowship with the Unitarian Universalist Association, and he is especially curious about queering practices that create spaces where transformative paradigms may emerge. Greg?
Thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, folks. As Carolyn said, my name is Greg Bonin, and you're welcome to use all pronouns with me. I can be described as a white, middle-aged, male-presenting person with short, dark hair and a short beard, both of which are graying. And I'm here today as an ethical culture leader with the National Leaders Council. Queerness has been at the heart of my humanism for the past few years, and I want to invite you this morning into a queering practice. Queer Black ancestor bell hooks describes the self that is at odds with everything around it and has to invent and create and find a place to speak and to thrive and to live. And I've been witness to many conversations about our business here today. And what I hear over and over are people who feel at odds with what surrounds us as we all try to invent and create and find ways to resolve into places where we can speak and thrive and live. I love questions because they can create space for wondering. And as we enter into our business today, I ask you to consider, who does this work make space for? Who already has a space and a place to speak and to thrive and to live? And are we listening to people who have actually shown up in our spaces because of a promise of belonging, and yet find themselves at odds with what surrounds them? And if you're a person who already has a voice, someone who feels safe or who feels welcomed, I encourage you to ask yourself, what change might be required of us in order to welcome folks who feel at odds with the American Ethical Union, despite our promise of belonging? What might it look like to transform our collective spaces, to share your sense of having a voice, of having refuge, and having belonging? In the 1970s, Aboriginal activists in Queensland, Australia had a saying, "If you have come to help me, you are wasting your time. If you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together." And I'm here because I believe this work is possible together. I believe it's possible to find a collective way forward that both resists the systems of oppression that surround us and also transforms those same systems as they are inevitably reflected in our institutions. As we continue through our business today, I hope you will come back to your body and come back to your breath. And take a moment now to breathe. Take a breath or two in a way that's comfortable for you. And as you breathe, just notice what's in your body. Notice the stories that your body is offering you as we move through our work together today. And as we encounter challenges and hopefully some joy, I hope you will give yourself permission to stretch both your body and your humanistic spirit. And I hope you will remember to come back to your breath and your body as a way to ground us in our shared work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg, for those inspirational words. We appreciate that. We also have to take a moment, and a moment is not enough, but to take a moment to remember that we've lost a dear friend and an important voice in the ethical culture movement. Susan Rose Teshuve died in the middle of last month, surrounded by family, peacefully. And we have remembered her, and we do remember her for her contributions and her importance to the ethical culture movement. There will be a formal recognition tomorrow during the All Society platform, during the Mourner's Moment. And a memorial service is being planned with her family for August the 12th. When details of that are available, we'll be sending that information to all AEU members so that those of us who wish to join with that memorial service can participate. For now, we hold Susan in our heart and miss her voice. This particular time on the agenda is intended for me to make an address as your president. We've been really busy these last few days, so this address is going to really be fairly succinct, and I'm sure that's a relief to many. I'm just going to say that some of the key words that I wish or would like to emphasize are words like acceptance or resilience or even appreciation. All of these are in contrast to the very serious issues and concerns that we've brought up over the past few days and sought to address. But the spirit that we might take now, I think, includes that acceptance of each other as we are, the resilience that we have to listen and learn, maybe change, certainly to grow together, and also to take time for appreciation and understanding of what people have contributed already. I'm looking at a list of team leaders, people who chaired committees this year, Richard Coral, who chaired the Mediation and Law Committee, Liz Singer, who chaired the Finance Committee, Dwight Panozzo, and then Bill All, who took turns, if you will, chairing the Personnel Committee. Louise Jett, along with Jake Ritter, co-chaired the Communications Committee. John Dakin worked with chairing the Membership Committee. Chris Kamen, the Board of Development Committee. And Randy, our acting director, Randy Best, sorry, last name, acting director of leadership training, dean of leadership training. All of these people gave of their volunteer time and hours to the movement and to keep things running for us during the course of this year. We also have to thank board members. Bill All and Zia Durrani are leaving the board after completing their terms, and they certainly have given valuable contributions this year. We had Bob Burson and Kurt Collier, both clergy leaders who for a time were on the board this year, but when health and family concerns caused them to leave, we miss their voices, but we certainly appreciate the contributions they made. And all the board members who will be back again tomorrow had a really challenging year and stuck it out. And so I think we owe them a vote of thanks for the work that they've done and the contributions that they've made. I particularly want to thank my officers, Zia Durrani, who was called as a vice president to do more than just sit around and wait and see if I didn't feel well one day. She had a lot of work to do and was very active throughout the year, dealing with a lot of issues that came up. Dwight Pinozo, our secretary, had health problems earlier in the year, and Anya Oberman stepped up as acting secretary for several months while Dwight was recovering. Dwight's last day of service is today, so we thank him for his work, but we also thank Anya for what she did to keep things going. And of course, Liz Singer, our treasurer, whose role has never failed to inspire us as well as keep us on track. And we should not forget the thanks that we owe our staff. We had staff earlier in the year who moved on. Bart retired. Lisa left us for other work. Coco retired, but Rachel and Trish and Jake and Randy, for not nearly enough thanks, not nearly enough appreciation, kept things rolling for us. So when we look at where our problems are and the solutions that have been proposed, let's know that we got here after 147 years of ethical culture, and we'll still be here tomorrow, hopefully still together, still respecting each other, still working together for positive outcomes. And I think that's probably enough from me. So let's turn now to Sonia Cooper, who is working with our voting support team. And Sonia is going to explain the discussion and voting procedures one more time.
So I'm going to explain the voting procedures. It may be best if Carolyn, we can collaborate on the discussion procedures, because there are parts of it that are your decision, right? So about the voting, many of you attended the delegate training session, so you would have learned that there are 3 different kinds of delegates, but I'm going to go over that again because it causes confusion during these meetings. So there are lead society delegates. Lead society delegates get all kinds of ballots. Every ballot that exists, a lead society delegate gets it. Society delegates get all of the different kinds of ballots, except they don't get to vote on bylaws amendments on behalf of their society. When we vote on bylaws amendments, we have to have both a majority vote of the society delegates, and we have to have a majority vote of the societies. You can think of that as being kind of like the Senate and the House of Representatives having to both vote on the bylaws amendments. And then we have the other, or the categorical delegates, like leaders, AEU board members, and AEU past presidents. And those folks get all of the different kinds of ballots except for the board and officer election ballot and that society vote on bylaws that I mentioned already. So there are several different kinds of ballots, and depending on what kind of delegate you are, you will get different ballots during the course of this process. If you at any time have any questions about why you didn't get a particular ballot, you can ask the voting support team, me, Chris Kamen, and Bill All, and we should be able to explain that to you. Or we should be able to identify that there has been an error. That's another possibility. All right. If you are entitled to cast multiple votes on behalf of your society or for some other reason, you'll get a single ballot every time we send out ballots, which will say in it that you have a certain number of votes. So you won't get a separate ballot for each vote that you're entitled to. You'll get one ballot that says your vote weight for this election is 2, for example. All right. This meeting will have voting periods to ensure that everyone has a chance to vote on all of the issues. During those voting periods, the voting support team, me, Chris Kamen, and Bill All, will go into a breakout room. If you have questions or problems, you can also join that breakout room to ask them. You could also call Chris or Bill on the phone, and we will make sure that the phone numbers for Chris and Bill are in the chat room, or are in the chat whenever that is needed. And of course, if you can't see the chat for some reason, I'm sure someone will be able to read that phone number out loud to you. So during those voting periods, we'll be in that chat room. We will be working with anybody who has problems with voting. We will be monitoring the voting process. And then at the conclusion of the voting period, or after everybody has gotten support that they need with voting, whichever is later, that voting period will end, right? So we have a schedule for 10 minutes, but it could be longer if a lot of people are encountering problems with voting. I think that is about all that I had to say about the voting process. I do also want to remind you that whenever there's a ranked vote, there are special instructions on the ballot that explain that you should only rank the options that are acceptable to you and not rank the options that are not acceptable to you. And the reason that you should do it that way is because if you give an option a rank at all, it means that your vote could be counted as a yes vote in favor of that option if your higher ranked choices are eliminated. So, all right, that's everything I had to say about voting. About the discussion procedures, I'm sure Carolyn will guide us through this as it happens, but the basic overview is that every time that a new matter of business comes up, Carolyn will be asking for someone to make the motion to bring that forward, and we'll be asking for a second. And then a discussion will proceed where whoever wrote that motion gets to talk first. Carolyn will also be asking for people who want to speak for and people who want to speak against. And there will be a list maintained of the people who wanted to speak for and against. When speaking for and against, you'll have 90 seconds to speak. There's a total time limit of 9 minutes on any discussion. At the conclusion of that period, the discussion is over, even if there are more people who still wanted to talk. Also, if we run out of people who want to speak for something, or we run out of people who want to speak against something, we'll stop the discussion, or Carolyn will stop the discussion at that point, because it indicates that that only one side still has something to say. So I think that's it. Carolyn, did you have anything to add?
I think that certainly covers the basis, and we will be very careful to try to explain what we're doing as we go along, so that it's very clear.
Okay.
And does that do it for you?
I think that was everything I had to say.
Well, listen, thank you so very much. I should acknowledge that the voting support team includes Sonia Coopers, Chris Kamen, and Bill All. And I should also say that they have worked extensively behind the scenes to help create this agenda that is as simplified as we can make it, and to the greatest extent possible. We worked through some fairly complex parliamentary processes. Speaking of which, we also have a registered parliamentarian present for this meeting, Mr. Steve Anderson. He prefers, I think, to stay mostly in the background, but he's got our back, and he will help us as we get through various questions that come up. Also, we have timekeepers. That would be Richard Coral and Joanna Brandt are serving as our timekeepers during this meeting. They're going to alternate because it's very stressful at some point to say you only have 90 seconds to speak and then telling you have to stop when you have so much important to say, but they'll do it. And we also have Abby Dakin helping me keep track of who needs to be speaking. And we've got Ed Beck from NYSEC on the camera doing the spotlighting. So a lot of background work going on now. And I'm going to share my screen so you can see where we are, I hope, maybe, on the agenda. And there it is. Okay, I'm putting the agenda up on the screen so that you can see we're making progress and moving through it. And we're about to decide or determine whether we have a quorum. And that's our question. I'm looking for, I'm lost now because I have too many things on the screen. So now the question comes up for the secretary. Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum at this point?
So, Madam President, the short answer is yes. I'll give you the long answer. Despite 100 delegates of all categories, bylaws define quorum as a majority of the total votes eligible to be cast at the assembly by member organizations. That total is 67 and quorum would be 35. Madam President, at present, we have 53 of those eligible delegates present, and I
Okay.
continue to count. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. So we do have a quorum and we can begin. And the first item on the agenda is to adopt the agenda, or the first item where we actually get to business now. We provided you with a draft agenda on the delegate webpage for June 30th. So you had a chance to review it. Since then, we've received a number of revised proposals and amendments to proposals, which will change the agenda. We need a motion to accept the agenda as revised. I can't see any participants with my screen shared. So do we have someone who will make that motion? And can somebody identify?
Carolyn, I just have a question. Is the agenda that you were just displaying on the screen the same as the agenda that Rachel just sent out in the chat? Just to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
This is the most up-to-date agenda that I have.
I put the link. I went onto the site just now. I opened the agenda. I copied the link. I put it in the chat.
Wow. Hey, this is hot.
It does look the same. And this is what I sent to Jake yesterday morning, but again, don't know. I'd have to do a side-by-side comparison. Well, let's just make sure this is what goes up on my screen, even though my notes are on the other thing. Okay, fine, we did that. Sorry, people, we're trying to get it right. Where am I? Do I have a motion? Sorry, I need a motion to adopt the agenda as it was presented most recently. This is the latest version of the agenda on the website. Will somebody raise your hand? And Jackie is going to make that motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Yvonne Last is seconding. Jackie Sims, Yvonne Last making the motion. All right. Is there any? We allowed time for discussion. Is there any discussion of this? How many? Would any of you like to speak in favor of this agenda? You can raise your hand. Your Zoom hand to indicate that you want to speak in favor of the agenda. Okay, Mary Murphy would speak in favor.
No. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
We haven't determined which agenda we're all looking at. I pulled up the one that was linked. You said you need to compare it side by side. I don't even know which one has been seconded.
I am showing the one that was linked.
I'm
showing the
seeing,
one that is on the delegate webpage. I just moved on to say that was what we will use.
I'm
Carolyn, I
seeing
don't
all
see
of
one.
us on the screen. I'm not seeing an agenda that you put up.
That's because it was just taken off.
I just took it down because I've got too many pictures up there, but there we are. That's the agenda. It's on the website. The same link that was sent. We got it? And
Yep.
yeah, okay, we're good. I gotta quit sharing though, because I just have too many windows open at this point. But that's the agenda that we're voting on. All right, is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of this agenda? Please raise your Zoom hand. Any opposition to this? Then I think we can vote. I think we can proceed to a vote to approve the agenda as it.
I'm sorry, I see
What?
Trish Taylor's hand up. She may be, oh, she took it down.
Okay.
It looked like she might have been objecting.
We got a motion from Jackie Sims, a second from Yvonne Last to approve the agenda as revised. If you approve this agenda, if you want to vote yes on that motion, could you raise your Zoom hand now? And I need to go to the participants list to see that it looks like we're still going. One more through, okay. I count 53 participants have raised their hand. Please lower your hands now. Lowering the hands. Okay, if you oppose this agenda, could you raise your Zoom hand now? 1. No other opposition? Are there any abstentions? Look, and you can look, okay, any abstentions? None recorded. Okay, that, oh, we do have one abstention, Mary Oberman. All righty. All righty. That's ragged, but we got it practiced. So this is how we're gonna do that one. Fine. Thank you. That motion passes. We adopt this agenda, the one that was on the screen and is now I will share from time to time, which is the same one that we had a link sent to from the delegate webpage. Now we move to approval of the minutes. And we will be shifting timekeepers if that's needed at this point and Joanne will be our timekeeper for the next 30 minutes while we do this. Mr. Secretary, do we have minutes from the 107th Assembly?
Yes, Madam President, we have minutes prepared by Casey Gordonio Fote, my predecessor in this role. The minutes were posted on the delegate webpage by June 30th. We have received no amendments or corrections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm told that with no amendments or corrections, we can in fact approve these minutes by general consent with no further motion needed. So the minutes are approved. Now, for another housekeeping matter, if you will, we have a series of motions that were originally proposed by the Washington Ethical Society, and over time, they found that it was appropriate to withdraw them. And I've got to find another timer because we need a 9-minute session on this. Okay, I'm going to show, yeah, sorry. I'm sharing the screen. I'm giving you, there's the agenda item where we are looking for with these withdrawn motions. And what I need is a motion to allow the withdrawal of these 3 motions. So could someone from West make that motion or someone make the motion? Anyone make the motion?
So move.
Okay. Laura Steele makes the motion and Sarah, are you seconding? Okay, Laura Steele moving, Sarah Morris seconding the motion to allow the withdrawal of West motions as stated in this list. Is there any discussion? Would anybody like to discuss this? Statements pro, in favor, statements in opposition? Okay, I think we can move to a vote, and this vote will be by hand. If you are in favor of the motion to allow the withdrawal of Washington Ethical Society motions as listed here, please raise your Zoom hand.
Madam President, if you would stop your share, we could count more quickly.
Yes, I'm discovering that. Thank you so much. Okay. All righty, that's about it. 52 in favor. If you would now lower your hands.
Madam President, I think it was actually 57 by the time it was done.
Oh, 57. Okay, thank you. I'm going to let you help with that counting then. I need to do that. That's much better. Is there anyone opposed to withdrawing these motions?
There are people with their hands raised who may have questions.
Questions, Betty? Okay, are you voting for or against? Okay, she's
Okay.
okay, very good, thank you. Now, if you are opposed to this withdrawal, please signify by raising your Zoom hand. Okay, no opposition. I believe that we actually passed that one unanimously. Very good, thank you. Now, there is an item coming up on the agenda, and I will show it in a moment, but I kind of need to focus on this program. This is a contingency item. Contingency items are where if A is done, then B is the consequence. And if A doesn't happen, then B doesn't happen, kind of thing. So we have several of these. After some discussion with the parliamentarian, this issue is on a decision about setting a second assembly. And discussing with the voting support team and the parliamentarian, we decided that this item should come early in the agenda rather than later, so that we can reduce some of the confusion about its potential and impact, just getting it out of the way, if you will. So what I need is someone, I'm going to put it on the screen, and then someone from Wes will make this motion to create a second assembly. And Sarah is making the motion. Is there a second? You could raise your hand and we'll recognize the second. That would be Eleanor Kaplan is seconding the motion. Okay. And now we are open for discussion, and I'm going to take the screen share down and find the timer, and we have 9 minutes for discussion. Who would like to speak in favor of the motion? Is that Sarah? Is Eleanor, are you going to want to speak in favor of the motion? If not, take your hand down, huh? And anybody else to speak in favor of the motion? Abby? Anyone else? Abby, okay, maybe Eleanor. Okay, very good. All right, who would, now take your hands down. Anybody to speak against the motion? Anybody speak against the motion? Okay, it looks, waiting. Okay, Sarah, you might give your first statement, and that may be the end of discussion.
Okay, and I have 90 seconds, right?
Yeah, 90 seconds, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. So a motion for 2 assemblies was on the agenda for the June 23 board meeting, but could not be taken up for lack of a quorum. In the wake of this, a group of petitioners from 4 societies organized to call a second assembly to provide a placeholder in the event that the assembly decided to postpone elections and a budget decision. The petitioners have agreed to abide by the vote of the assembly on this motion. This proposal supports a scenario decision today, and then would give us time to think through the implications of that path forward rather than racing to make so many major decisions in one assembly. A special assembly in September would create space for 3 important activities. First, the Finance Committee would have the time it needs to craft a budget that's tailored to the winning scenario and to obtain board approval before bringing the budget to the assembly. Second, it would offer an opportunity for us to consider our votes for president and treasurer in the knowledge of what these roles will entail next year. And finally, it would provide an avenue for us to decide on bylaws amendments or any other additional matters of business that may be needed to implement the chosen scenario. So the idea of proposing a second assembly
15 seconds.
This idea of proposing a second assembly emerged before the requirement that scenarios include a budget. So it was in anticipation of the need for some time to create budgets.
Time's up. Perfect.
Yes, perfect. And there was no opposition or no one to speak in against this motion. So debate is closed, and we will put this item on a ballot that will happen now. So now the delegates will be looking in their
All right.
email to get the ballot and
Right.
vote. Sonia,
So-
help.
So
us.
we're gonna disappear off into the breakout room. The voting support team will disappear. We will send out the ballot. which you should then all receive in a relatively short amount of time. And if you do not receive it in your email, then you should ask to join us in the breakout room.
Okay, that's happening. Thank you for all for your patience. We're just practicing here now. We'll get it. We'll be great in another 3 hours.
We should break the commercial.
Yeah, I did think about music for this period of time, but
How do you get to email from here?
bless your heart. I have some tabs open in my browser to get to my email, and I don't know whether anything has come in lately.
Who said that?
Liesl Burns, Brooklyn.
Liesl, I can put you into the voting support room and you can get support for that, okay?
That'd be good.
Okay, 1 second.
I have not yet received the email to vote.
It's going to take a minute or two.
Okay.
If your email is slow, now's the time for a quick bathroom break.
Yes. We have 10 minutes, people. Think of these as opportunities. Also, deep breathing is good. We're actually ahead of schedule.
Has anyone received the email yet? I
I'm
have.
checking. I've got it.
Yes. Thank you. Just got it. Thank you. And is this one of those things where just the, I have a vote also because of NES, but I didn't get indication that I have 2 votes.
The voting support team has that. They have a chart that shows who has how many
Okay.
and who gets to vote on what, and you have 2. So
Right.
that's your weight. I wish I weighed that, but yeah. Wow. Oh.
Carolyn,
Yeah.
A quick question. Is this one of those items that we get to hear the results of immediately?
I hope so. 'Cause
Okay.
that's why we did it.
Yeah.
We need to know it right away, as it were.
I guess it'll
Bond
take
for-
time.
Carolyn, who proposed this motion, please?
Good question. This was a Wes motion, was it not?
Yes, I know, but
Sarah.
second person,
Sarah
Sarah.
Mars.
thank you.
So, question, after we've voted, should we then delete this email?
No.
Because we're about to get another email for the next voting.
I think that they don't get confused. So you don't have to delete it, and it is your record that you voted. In fact, there's a link probably that confirms that you have voted that may eventually tell you where to go. You can see the results later. This is all very auditable and transparent. So
So I should not delete.
I don't think you
Is it
have,
that-
you don't want,
Or will there be another
I never delete.
email? Another email?
It'll be a separate email, but it'll come from the same source.
That I understand, but it's whether I'm going to be getting another email for the next round of voting.
Yes, you will get.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you.
We should be hearing back from them soon.
Carolyn, I just wanted to make sure you saw that in the chat, somebody had put in a message about making your screen share bigger, just something to be aware of for the future.
Thank you. I did see, I'm actually scrolling through the chat messages now and trying to adjust my screen. I think I need to have a second monitor, I think. But I'll put it on the grandson's to-do list. And if that's like the flower bed, it won't happen for a while. Yes, chat has been disabled except for co-hosts. And where
That was just a curious, I was just. curious.
and
Catherine.
Curious.
that's again a request for people to be sure to remember to put their societies in on their identification line. Yes, they're using the 10 minutes from the time the ballot was sent out. So that was sent out at 10:42 Texas time. So they still have 3 minutes left.
Can you remind us on how we change our name?
If you go to click on the little box where your face is, and there's 3 dots, and you click on those 3 dots, then another menu comes up with all kinds of choices. But at the bottom of that menu should be rename. And if you click on rename, then you can tell the
Okay.
put your real name in there. If you say Mickey Mouse, we'll know that you're an invader and not a delegate. And so,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm happy to do it if you just tell me what you want me to change it to.
yeah,
I
the host
changed it.
can help. So that, yes,
You got it? Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Carolyn,
Yes, ma'am.
I did it before.
Carolyn, you might want to change your name to, by the by. Put your society name in.
My society.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Although
The secretary no longer needs people to change their names. I've gotten the full quorum information. Thank you for your help.
did it myself. I don't. Hopefully that will be there soon. And the next voting break will be almost an hour from now if we use up all of our speaking time.
No lunch break.
The reverb. Yeah, no lunch break. Sorry. I sort of brought snacks, but okay.
Thanks for the warning about our next rest stop, Carolyn.
Okay, we have a problem with a voter who had an email address issue. So that's taking them a little bit longer just to get that organized. So yeah, if an hour is too long, run fast. Yes, Nick, sorry, didn't see you.
Sorry, thank you. Are we to get a confirmation? I had not understood that before, but it sounds like some people have a confirmation that their vote was recorded. I haven't seen that to me, and I guess that would come to my email.
I got a confirmation when I voted. I clicked the submit button and then I did get a confirmation back.
Yes, on the browser, not on your email, right?
It comes
via
in
email.
Nick.
Oh,
Both, actually.
it does.
Alan.
No. It seems to come in the browser. You're correct.
Okay.
But I do have an email saying your choices were submitted. So that came. Okay. Getting a message. No. Voting is closed. Linda.
Yeah, hi. If you have your phone next to you at the computer,
it will send the email. You'll get the email on your phone that your vote was counted with if you clicked on submit. So it makes it a little bit easier than going back to the email.
All right, I just want to check and make sure that Chris and Bill are both back.
Oh, there's Sonia. Hi.
Hi.
I'm back. This is Chris.
Yeah, I see you, Chris. I feel like Bill might still be stuck in that breakout room.
Uh-oh.
Hmm. Let me text him to let him know that he should leave the breakout room.
He did.
Ah, he did. Great. Awesome. All right. So we are back. Thank you all for your patience while that vote took place. It went very smoothly. The result of this vote is that 37 votes were in favor of postponing. 41 votes were against postponing, so against the motion. That means that the board election and budget approval will proceed today.
Okay, given the vote, this motion fails. Thank you all for participating in that activity. Greg, you have a question at this point?
Yeah, it's kind of two-part. One is, what is the right channel for support regarding questions about the motions themselves, and perhaps related, how do we get into the breakout room? Is that something we can do ourselves, or do we need to be request to be transferred?
Sonia, how do they get to the breakout room?
They need to request to be transferred. Rachel is managing that, so she would transfer you to the breakout room if you needed support.
Great, thank you.
The first part of your question is if you have questions about the motions, that's, are you talking about information about what is the motion about, or something else?
Just a specific question. It's not important. I don't need to take up time for it. Knowing how to get into the breakout room is probably the best venue. Thank you.
Okay, all righty. Thanks, Greg. And we'll, all righty. So that motion has failed, and the next item on the agenda is the whole long session on the scenarios. We have 6 proposals or scenarios for the future of the AEU. We're going to consider these each in turn for discussion and debate, but all scenarios will be presented on one ballot with ranked choice voting. One choice will also be no to vote against all proposed scenarios, but we will not have a separate discussion of that choice, since the discussion of each scenario will include those who are opposed to particular points of view. People will speak for and against the scenarios as their turn comes. Speakers are reminded that they have only 90 seconds to make their point, after which their sound will be muted. The discussion period for each scenario is 9 minutes, with a total of 54 minutes to be given to this item on the agenda. If there are no speakers in opposition to a scenario, debate on that scenario will close before the end of the allotted minutes. The motion for each scenario is stated in the same terms and incorporates the actual proposal that has been submitted or amended, as well as any budget for expenses that's associated with that. In 2 cases, we have scenarios where revisions, amendments, changes have been submitted. We have to agree to accept the amended version for voting. If not, the original version will also have to be on the ballot for consideration. So in those cases, I'm going to ask, is there any objection to substituting the revised plan? And we will open debate on the objection to substituting the revised plan before we discuss the revised plan. So if there's no objection, then we can go straight to the revised plan. And I'm just going to quickly show you where we are on the agenda. Okay, I've lost, there it is. There's the agenda, and we are now going to be going through this order, which is an arbitrarily selected order based on the time at which they were submitted for posting on the delegate website. There were any number of ways to choose the order, and this just worked for that. And so we're starting with the Susquehanna Valley Plan. I'm going to stop my share and go forward at this point. Yes. Is there any objection to voting on the substitute version of the regeneration plan that is proposed by Susquehanna Valley? If there is an objection to voting on the substitute plan, please raise your Zoom hand to indicate that you are objecting. Okay, I see no objections. I hope I've given enough time for that. So we are going to proceed to the revised version. So is there someone from Susquehanna Valley who would like to describe the plan and make the motion to adopt it? And that would be, is that going to be Patty? Patty's going to be making, Patty Arduini will make the motion. Let me just ask for a second. Is there a second? Would someone raise their Zoom hand to be the second to this motion? Okay, is that, it looks like Phyllis Marquette has raised her hand. Phyllis Marquette from Susquehanna Valley is the second. So now, who is going to speak in favor of this motion? I assume Patty?
Yes.
Is there anyone else to speak in favor of the motion? That would be Scott, right? And Kay Dundorf. All right. Who is going to speak in opposition to this motion? You can lower your hands now. Thank you. And who is going to speak in opposition? Perry Bider and Eric Sandhus. Okay. And Susan Lesh. Okay. All right. All right, I got it. All righty, you can put your hands down now, and we will go in that order of for and against. So I'm setting the timer for 9 minutes. It's going to be ragged, but we're trying. And somebody else, is that Richard is counting the 90 seconds? And Patty, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, hon.
Okay, great. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Go.
No?
Okay, so the regeneration proposal is focused on moving forward in a positive way. This plan gives us the time we need to collaborate with everyone at the table, creating diverse and inclusive tables. No one is being left out. Regeneration plan creates safer spaces for everyone by centering restorative practices and giving anyone who wants the skills to build community. For too long, we have not addressed the safety of many of our people. Now is the time to address it. This means the renewal, regrowth, and restoration of a body or body parts, tissue, or substance after an injury. And we are injured, and we need to care for ourselves more. The regeneration plan involves societies directly involved in the process, both through teams and pre-board meetings where we talk deeply about what we care about. Regeneration engages everyone in the decision-making
20 seconds.
through teams and pre-board meetings with delegates, and we'll strive for consensus and listen in ways the AEU board has not for a long time. And we are building the capacity of the board to communicate widely, horizontally, diagonally, and relate in a vulnerable and respectful way. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it time.
Thank you, Patty. And now Perry,
Go.
Mr. Bider.
Yep.
Okay.
So I agree with the goals of the regeneration proposal and the Noves variation on it. But I think that the plan's complexity and volunteer time requirements would prevent those goals from being realized. For example, each quarterly pre-board meeting will involve 4 small regeneration teams plus a large delegate team comprising as many as 80 people, grappling with the challenge of synthesizing varying and competing bodies of information. More challenging will be the recruitment of society representatives prepared to serve on those teams, meeting weekly for months at a time. Also, I appreciate the effort to amend the scenario to address the issue of concentration of power in the board officers, but unfortunately, it doesn't fully address that problem. Everyone agrees that a culture of collaboration, trust, and connection, which we have not had recently, will be necessary for the survival of the AEU. One thing that concerns me along those lines is that even in the amended scenario, non-officer directors would have less opportunity to help shape the future of the AEU because they
20
would only meet
seconds.
quarterly. I think this partition of the board would undermine the plan's goal of uniting and transforming the movement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott?
Scott's ready?
Yep, thank you.
There you go.
As
Go.
someone relatively new to these national level conversations, I'm inclined to trust the experience, expertise, and outside perspective of our interim executive director and to empower incoming board members and officers to pursue the proposal that they are most passionate about. My understanding is that the executive director helped craft and endorse this regeneration proposal, recommending a path forward for our movement. This was a major deliverable of her tenure, and it seems extraordinary to me to discount those efforts and recommendations in favor of internally produced ideas when we've had so long to produce our own ideas that have not worked so far. I also believe regeneration is an inclusive proposal of all good ideas and programming that have been presented in these proposals. It provides space for all these ideas and more that will emerge over the next 12 months as we talk and dream together, and it provides the time for careful consideration of how to implement these programs. If you really like grant writing or social action or any other part of another proposal, this proposal is inclusive of those ideas and gives a whole year to think about how to thoughtfully implement those programs without mandating a one-size-fits-all or sink or swim style approach.
20 seconds.
I also think this proposal gives us the most time to rebuild our foundation by analyzing from an organizational development standpoint, getting the expertise of an outside counsel, which will be very valuable. And I believe it enables our leadership to move forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you. And I really appreciate some of the rich conversations that have occurred around this proposal and others. Hopefully everyone has seen my comments elsewhere on the Assembly listserv. My concern with this, I don't disagree necessarily with the need to have these reconciling conversations and to find a way to bind up these wounds. But unfortunately, I disagree with this as approach to do it. I think, unfortunately, this drains resources from the individual societies and even from the AEU. And it diverts them into a project that is vaguely defined, has no clear expected outcome or deliverables, other than perhaps discovering who we are. And I'll just say, in terms of discovering who we are, if there's one thing we are, it's varied. I mean, we are multitudes. And we have atheists and we have people with religious belief. We do need to find a way to come together. And personally, I believe the best way to come together is
20
not
seconds.
taking a time to look inward, but rather to gather ourselves together to do the work that looks outward and reaches out to these various communities while respecting individual identities and creating a safe environment through that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Speaking in favor, Kay Dundorf.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The regeneration plan engages everyone in the decision making. And so the collaborative approach with that means that we are coming together and not basing it on one society's perspective of who we are. At this point in time, I think the critical issue here is that we do come together and that we decide on what is our common message within which we can all express our individualities. There is a common thread, but it does not serve anyone to be saying, for instance, I don't necessarily identify with biocentrism. That doesn't mean that I don't accept that person's approach, or humanist. I consider myself a human. So, but that is really, I think, the basis of what we need to do, and the regeneration plan does
20
allow us to
seconds.
get to that right away. And that's rather than delaying this important work, because without that, we don't have the foundation that we need to move forward.
Thank you, Kay. And speaking against, Susan Lesh.
Thank you. I think also that there are many positive aspects to this plan. However, now is not the time to hire an outside consultant for OD. They will be outside. They will not understand our history. They will not know our history. This is an expensive moving forward. And I feel a full year of stepping back is more talking and less doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Debate is now closed. And we will move to vote on this when we complete discussion of all of the scenarios. We will vote on a single ballot in ranked choice voting for that. The next proposal on the agenda is.
Sorry to interrupt. Carolyn, an issue has come up that requires a group of us to get together in a breakout room briefly. I apologize for the delay, but it relates to who gets to vote for a particular society. So we need to get that resolved. I'd like to request a breakout room for you, Carolyn, Rachel Pfeffer, John Dukovich, the members of the voting support team, and our parliamentarian, just because we need to get this sorted out.
Okay, in that case, if I'm called to consult with the parliamentarian, delegates, please be at ease, and we'll be back shortly.
Time for bathroom breaks. You want some?
I don't know how to get to that room.
Or lunch.
A cup of coffee would be good.
Okay.
Okay, just tell me again who's coming to this room. It's you.
Okay, yeah, we
One
need
second. Sonia, Carolyn, John Dukovich, right?
Yep, you, Chris Kamen, Bill All, and the parliamentarian.
Okay, bear with me.
Sorry.
Chris came in. Chris, where are you?
I'm here.
I know, but for some reason you're not on my, because you're already assigned to another room. I have to move you. Okay, got it. All right, we're getting there.
Okay, next time we need music.
Also, an approximate time for how long this is going to be.
I think this will take
This is
2 minutes.
unexpected.
Yeah, I apologize.
Oh, anybody want to join me in the universal waiting song? Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Okay, you get the idea.
Sorry.
You have to pay Merv Griffin's estate to sing that song.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, I'm not in it, but hopefully I can join it. And I need to sign.
Now that all the breakout rooms are open, people can actually choose to go into it themselves. Don't have
No,
to pay no?
no. That's not how they wanted it set up. I'm sorry.
And we allow full chat access for those of us who are waiting.
I can only do one thing at a time. I'm sorry. I didn't get the parliamentarian.
But we can unmute ourselves and chat that way.
Yes, do that.
So this is Kathy Foy, and my internet went out, so I was away while something happened. Can somebody clue me in? I was just at the point where someone was speaking against the first proposal.
Well, we're in a break now. The team for managing the voting is caucusing about a particular question of authority to vote.
Got it. Thank you so much.
While we're all just sitting around over here, I'd like to share a little bit of news from the New York Society. Something really big happened that we're really proud of. The New York Society started what's called a Good Neighbor Initiative to help out the residents of a nearby public housing project. And we got a citation of thanks from the New York City Council and from the New York State Legislature to the New York Society and its Social Service Board. So we're real proud of that. And just not another opportunity to share news. So, wow, I got everybody here. I can tell you all.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Did you get a grant?
No money was attached to it, but we got a very nice suitable for framing, 2 suitable for framing certificates.
What kind of activities did you do with the group?
Oh, well, there's all kinds of programs that we started with the housing project. There's a nutrition assistance program where we bring food on a monthly pantry day. We had a legal clinic. We had a mammogram clinic. We had, yeah, gotta remember those things. And a back to school, big back to school program last year, and it's going to start again this year, where we had a lot of local organizations participate. We had some donations from Nordstrom's, which just opened up on 57th Street, from Morgan Stanley gave some money, TD Bank gave money, and Fordham University has been very active with us, collaborating on programs. So yeah, it's been very rewarding, and we developed relationships with many of the people who reside there. They came to the meeting house. None of them ever knew what the meeting house was, much less where it was. And so we've had some lunches. We had a Thanksgiving potluck, and we had a big meeting with a movie and a panel discussion, all involving and inviting the people from the housing project. So it's developing a new relationship that we never really had. Oddly enough, the housing project is right on 64th Street, but it's behind Lincoln Center. So we talk about the clash of cultures. So there you have it.
Well, Richard, thanks for that. You know, one of the things I do as taking care of communications for our society, I check out everybody's Facebook page, every single society that has a Facebook page, and I look for these wonderful things that our societies are doing. And I think, you know, I hope, you know, you get that on your Facebook page, so I can share it with SVES, and we love getting these ideas.
Richard?
Great. Yeah. Hi, Laura.
Hi. So your comment about the housing project behind Lincoln Center, you probably know, as well as other New Yorkers, that that's the remnants of what became Lincoln Center and what was raised by Robert Moses.
We've now returned from the breakout room, and I can report that we resolved a parliamentary issue in favor of being consistent for whatever rules we have agreed on as a community, that we will apply them consistently to everyone. And at this point, that issue has been resolved. And we're ready to proceed with the next scenario. Okay, I'm moving that away. Fine. The next scenario that we will be talking about is the Northern Virginia plan. There have been no amendments submitted for that, so we are looking at the original plan. And we're looking for someone from Northern Virginia, we hope. Is that Hank or is that someone else who will be making the motion to adopt this plan? Is there a motion from Novus? Hank, are you making that motion? Yes.
Making the motion.
And is there a second from Novus? Would that perhaps be Betty Chia?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Yeah, okay. Betty Chia is making the second for that. And Hank, if you would, now, Hank, I assume you're going to speak in favor. Is there anyone else who is going to speak in favor of this motion?
I haven't organized it.
Okay, all right. Will there be anybody speaking against this motion? Please raise your hand if you're going to speak against.
But I have the same option later.
Okay, Omowale is going to speak against.
Later on.
Anybody else going to speak against?
Should I speak for it then?
Okay, that will do it. Then Omowale, you can put your hand down and we'll let Hank speak. Hank, you have 90 seconds to speak in favor of the motion. First, yes, we've made the motion. Speaking in favor of the motion.
Please ask everyone else to mute themselves.
Yes, please mute yourselves.
Okay, begin.
Go.
Begin,
Yes.
Hank.
Like the Susquehanna proposal, we support hiring an outside expert to help help the AU become more effective, and to suspend some AU activities so we can give adequate attention to reorganization. Where we disagree is what we suspend, and we believe that it is possible for AU to carry on more activities to benefit our member societies, and that observing what we do will help the consultants in making their proposals. Particularly, we favor keeping the ethical education consultant at the current level because we consider ethical education an important part of our AU activity.
20 seconds.
And because COVID has hit our ethical education programs hard, and it is important for both for the kids and for attracting young adults to membership.
Thank you.
Okay, Hank, thank you very much for that. And speaking in opposition is Omowale Elson from Brooklyn.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
Okay, in my rebuttal, surprisingly, I really agree. I'm glad that Hank agrees with the regeneration program. And I really endorse what he said about that shared agreement. And I'd like to say that Margaret Mead said that a small group with committed people can change the world. Jim Collins, in his book, Good to Great, said, get the right people on the bus. Meaning people with good hearts and intention and great goals. You don't need to identify goals for the regeneration because that process comes in the ideation where we invite the whole societies to come on board to have those, to decide what those goals will be. A very inclusive approach. To have goals at this point would be a very exclusive approach, right? So in speaking to you with my organizational development hat on, it looks at the emergent, it looks at building on the passion of persons, right?
20 minutes, 20 seconds.
So therefore, what I find difficult about the Burgeon plan is that it does not grow congregation. It tries to grow money. It tries to grow, but money does not
Time is up.
signal growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omwale. And we appreciate that. Debate is now closed on the Novus plan for regeneration. And this motion will be voted on in a single ballot with the other scenarios using ranked choice voting. Am I seeing a hand up? Yes, ma'am, Jackie.
I'm just wondering if there's anybody else at this point who would like to speak in favor of that proposal. I realized during the conversation that I would like to say something.
Okay, are you wanting to speak in favor of the motion? Or
Actually, I'm not, though I do very much favor Hank's proposals.
So are you not offering to speak? You just wanted to know if anybody else was speaking? Sorry.
I would like to speak, but I would like to speak in opposition.
In opposition, because we don't have any more in favor, we balance it, one in favor, one opposed, and when we run out on one side or the other, we end it. Would anybody else like to speak in favor of this proposal? Then I think debate really, Dwar, are you offering to speak in favor of the proposal?
I'll speak in favor so that Jackie can speak again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, I think Hank has been around for a long time in the movement, as has Betty, and I have a lot of faith in their judgment and wisdom. And I do also think that Yes and FES and those projects that Hank is saying, hey, let's not shut everything down, makes a lot of sense. And I just want to say, if Hank is for it and spoke up for it right near the beginning, I think that might say a lot and give us good reason to support it.
Very good. Thank you so very much. Now, Jackie, you're wanting to speak in opposition?
I want to speak in opposition, not because of Hank's proposals. I think they're excellent. I want to speak in opposition because of the expense of the organizational development person and questionable finances to the AEU coming in with respect to the assessments being paid or them being decreased and spending that large amount of money. I think that we have some excellent resources internally. Hank is obviously one of them. I think there are things that we can do to repair the breach in our movement ourselves with the resources we have if we move forward with ethical culture values in mind.
All righty. Thank you, Jackie, for speaking and for opening up the dialogue a little more. I appreciate it. Okay, but now, pausing, debate is closed. And we move on. This motion will be voted on a single ballot with all of the other resolutions using ranked choice voting pretty soon now. Okay, now we have the third item on the agenda is from the Brooklyn Society of Ethical Culture. There was a substitute posted for this. There was an original version and then a revision. Is there any objection to moving to the revised version of the Brooklyn Consensus Plan and making that the focus of our discussion? Any objection? I don't see any. So I think now I would ask, is there someone from Brooklyn who will briefly describe the plan and also make the motion, be making the motion for this? Tom is going to make the motion. Who else would be the second on this motion? Anyone seconding, raise your hand, please. Okay, Eleanor Kaplan is going to second. Tom Casanuovo making the motion, Eleanor seconding. And also we would want to determine who would want to speak in favor of this motion. That would be Tom. Eleanor, are you going to speak in favor of this motion? Or not? No. Vondra, you're going to speak in favor? And Jackie, would you be speaking in favor? Okay, we're hitting the list at that point. And John, were you speaking in favor or in opposition?
Opposition.
Opposition. Okay, I'll put you on the list for opposition. All right, but right now, anybody else well, we've got enough for in favor. So put your hands down. And those of you who want to speak in opposition, that would be John Dakin, and anyone else to speak in opposition. Tom, put your hand down. Eleanor, put your hand down. Anybody to speak in opposition? Okay, it looks to me like then Tom to speak in favor, John to speak in opposition, and that will
Kay also raised her hand.
Kay, I'm so, oh, there you are. Okay, Kay, fine. All righty. So Tom in favor, John in opposition, Vondra in favor, and Kay in opposition would be, I think, where we are on debate. Is there no one else to oppose?
Carolyn, I'm going to defer to Jackie. So
You're
she can take
Jackie.
the first.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you. That solves that. We got our speaking order. So we're about to set the timer, and Tom, please. Carry it away.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I've read all the emails. Essentially, we're divided between Susquehanna and Bergen with some ancillary ideas, but the positions are not irreconcilable. Apportionment or optional or not. External OD consultant with a learning curve or internal consulting or no consulting. Is restorative justice the process we need to follow? Everybody likes grants and training. A national ethical project is a great idea. Most everybody agrees with Hank about maintaining services. Decentralize some services or not. Big AAU board or small AAU board. Our list of issues is short and really can be sorted out in a limited time. Each proposal is incomplete, so a consensus proposal would be more thorough with better buy-in. We understand that we need to act now on behalf of our movement. Brooklyn says rather than vote for one camp or another right now, that we have the proposal advocates and some neutral parties spend September and October in a temperature-controlled virtual room isolated from the AEU political process and have some organized discussion. There'll be some arguing. Good. A better scenario will result. We've got some impartial, results-oriented leaders who could help shepherd these discussions.
15 seconds.
Rich and Sonia come to mind as possible chairs. Brooklyn suggests 2 co-chairs. The consensus process won't cost the AEU anything and will lay a stronger, less divisive, more broad-based foundation for the work to come. It'll be
Time's
time
up.
well spent.
Thank you, Tom. Speaking in opposition is John Dakin.
Hi, everyone. So there has been a group working in a hermetically a temperature-controlled Zoom room for many months now, the AEU board, and it has contained
individuals who ultimately or through allies are behind many of the proposals that we see before us today. I am all for consensus. I'm all for finding common ground, but there's been a lot of conversations that have already happened and it broke down. And I think, I don't know how this is going to turn out today, but I believe that the process that's unfolding right now is a good process to help determine the way forward. And I don't think postponing for 4 months is the right idea. Furthermore, Rachel will depart from her role if this passes at the end of the 31st of August. Our budget goes through the end of October. We will not have an executive director. We won't have an organizational consultant, and we'll have all the programs currently in place to try to sustain. It'll be a huge burden. I don't think it'd be good for the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. And now speaking in favor, Jackie Sims. You're muted.
Okay, thank you. The consensus scenario, it seems to me, allows us to recapture our ethical culture values as we move forward on a decision for the future. It's an important decision. It's the future of our movement. It allows us to work together in respect to all of our contributors, in respect for all of our contributors of scenarios, to do some of our own organizational development, practice our principles, heal some wounds, and culture some ethical community before moving forward with the decision for growing ethical culture in our greater communities, country, and so on. It gives us an opportunity to engage our better selves, to calmly, rationally heal the wounds experienced in the process thus far, and to work together in a non-combative way in an attempt to reach consensus for the good of the whole. Consensus, I realize, is not easy to achieve, and likely there will not be 100% consensus, but I think this is an opportunity for us to calm down, to engage our better selves, and to really acknowledge the caring that the ethical culture movement espouses.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, so very much. Appreciate that. And speaking in opposition is Kay Dundorf.
Hi, thanks, Jackie. There's a lot of what you said that's true. And I do not see that waiting 4 months to bring all parties to the table to consider what we are facing is beneficial. The regeneration plan allows for that kind of coming together from not just the people with the loudest voices, but for everybody to be heard and to come together to in a more effective way to really plan and come to what you say, which is really, as I said before, the importance of the regen plan is that we come together often, and we determine how we all will see this, how we can be that ethical movement that we all so much want, in a way that we all can engage in, and it allows us the time needed with direction, outside direction, because it's clear that everyone
15 seconds
within our movement has a vested interest in it, and we have a particular lens that we've been looking through everything without the focus being on the future.
Time's up.
That was a period. It was very good. Thank you, Kay. Well done. And that ends, oh, sorry, Susan?
I would speak in opposition to allow Vondra to speak for if she'd like to.
Okay, Vondra, do you still want to speak for? Okay. We'll let Vondra speak for, and then Susan against.
Unmute Fonda.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate this opportunity to share. So speaking in favor of Brooklyn's consensus resolution, which we're calling coming to consensus, we are being presented with competing resolutions. Most are relatively new, untested, but nevertheless, it's a competition, which is unfortunately our dominant culture, the winners, the losers. It does not bring out the best. Coming to consensus should demonstrate ethical culture, bringing all voices to the table, the round table, as it were, and their workshop ideas and actions until a consensus emerges. In the words of Jerome Nathanson, we have the right to express an opinion, surely. It involves the obligation to recognize a better opinion and prefer it to a worse opinion. It is difficult to have such judgment in practice when so many differing and even conflicting attitudes are expressed. That it is difficult is part of the consideration, for however difficult, the better rather than the worse opinion will always prevail.
10 seconds.
We need time to consider and embrace the conflicts to build consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vandra. And Susan,
Thank
speaking in
you.
opposition.
Yes, thank you. I find it admirable that you feel that we can come to consensus. However, I think one of the downsides of this plan is that it is very difficult to come to consensus, and there will be no leader. It will be kind of herding cats, and who's doing the herding. So I think that is an aspect that makes voting for this a little challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for your kindness in setting it up for Vandra to be able to speak. Well done. Okay, this closes debate on the issue, and this motion will be voted on a single ballot with all of the other scenarios in ranked choice voting about a half an hour from now. And we come to our next proposal, which is the Washington Ethical Society proposal for reform of the AEU. Is there someone from Wes who is going to make this motion? That would be Sarah Morris making the motion. Is there a second? Second?
Seconded by Abby.
Oh, okay. Well, John raised his hand. Okay. Let's just, yeah, I know. Let's just do the hand. So speaking to the hand, Sarah, and then John is the second. Take care of that. And Sarah will be speaking in favor. Is there someone who else will be speaking in favor of this? John, will you be speaking in favor? No? Okay.
Sarah will be introducing it, I think.
Okay, Sarah will be introducing it. Anyone else to speak in favor of the motion? Anyone to speak in opposition to the motion? Please raise your Zoom hand if you're going to be speaking in opposition to the motion. It looks like there's no one to speak in opposition. So Sarah, could you please introduce this proposition and speak in favor of it?
The scenario. Yeah. Thank you, Carolyn. So the West scenario to reform the AEU is built on the theory that board conflicts reflect movement-wide dispute around questions such as, when does free speech give way to intolerance? When does leadership degrade into authoritarianism? And can we have accountability without fear? The motion to reform the AEU moves us toward these hard questions, recognizing the dignity of everyone around the table. It keeps the board together rather than dividing it into officers and non-officers. Its board meets regularly, aided by a part-time consultant, unlike other scenarios in which the board meets only once every 3 months and defers to a full-time professional. The proposal names the fact that the upper echelon of the AEU has proven itself incapable of supervising staff and running programs this time. 3 employees resigned in January, and the environment has only worsened since. Consulting and visiting leader programs have withered. Youth programs have yet to recover from the pandemic, and we are no longer enrolling clergy trainees.
15 seconds.
Thank you. So this proposal asks several of our societies to carry the water for the next year, giving the board the gift of time to find common ground with one another and then to work with all of us to make a better blueprint.
Done.
A detailed budget for the reform scenario has been provided. Let's not wait until December to start this important work.
Time's done.
Thank you so very much, Sarah. There being no other speakers on this issue, debate is closed. And this motion will be considered along with the other motions related to scenarios on a single ballot with ranked choice voting. The next item is also from the Washington Ethical Society, reimagining the AEU as a society-led organization. Sarah, will you be making that motion? And who will second it? Who will second this motion? Abby will second the motion. All right, Abby Dakin is seconding the motion. And who will be speaking in favor of this? Sarah? Abby, will you be speaking on this one?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And did I see Perry Viters? Perry, anybody? Will there be anyone else speaking in favor of this? Please raise your hand. Okay. Will there be anyone speaking against this in opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we may only need to hear from Sarah. And so Sarah, please proceed.
Thanks again, Carolyn. So the Wes's scenario to reimagine the AEU as a society-led organization reflects the emerging independence and unique identities of our many ethical societies and ethical humanist societies. It acknowledges the deep problems that have emerged in the AEU and the value of a peer-to-peer approach. Societies would communicate with each other through the President's Council and on a voluntary basis as desires and opportunities to cooperate arise. After a break from the AEU engagement, societies could then decide whether to re-engage with fresh eyes and clear hearts to rebuild the AEU. This proposal is entirely compatible with a range of other possibilities we've heard about today, either now or in the future. Nothing about this proposal prevents Bergen from offering grant writing workshops, for example. Our Better Off societies could offer grants of their own to fund various initiatives. A coalition of societies and leaders could hold a conference to explore the fundamental values and beliefs of ethical culture. By eliminating the expectation that the AEU should be doing these things, it frees us to consider the role of our own societies in working.
15 seconds.
Thank you. The role of our own societies in working for the future of the ethical culture movement.
Thank you, Sarah. There being no speakers in opposition, this will close debate. And this motion will be considered on a single ballot with the other scenarios that are being proposed using ranked choice voting. The last scenario is the innovation plan presented by the Ethical Culture Society of Bergen County. Who will make the motion to adopt this? Eric Sandhusen will make the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Kurt Collier.
Susan.
Susan Lesh is seconding. Okay, very good. And who will speak in favor of this motion? That would be Eric. And Elizabeth Singer is going to speak in favor, and Susan Lesh in favor. You can put your hands down now. Who will speak in opposition to this motion? Anyone going to speak in opposition to this motion? No speakers in opposition, which suggests, is it Eric or Liz who will be your primary speaker?
I will be.
Okay, Eric. And I think that maybe, unless there's opposition, you will be the only speaker on this motion.
Thank you so much. And I'm really pleased and proud to offer this innovation plan. This plan reestablishes the appropriate role of the AEU as a network support organization. It's ambitious because it really puts the deed right up front, and you can see it's a very active plan. While it maintains essential functions for the AEU, it does reduce each society's apportionment, and it returns that funding, as well as the other funding that the AEU has, back to the societies themselves to build capacity, to take initiatives. Now, I'll say, the Bergen Society, this is not a Bergen takeover of the AEU by any means. We are certainly willing to provide leadership, we're willing to provide resource, and we're willing to provide coordination, but it really does depend upon the involvement of representatives from each society. And it does revise the makeup of the board. It's proposed in tandem with a bylaws amendment that returns the board oversight and responsibility, reconnects each society with the AEU through that revised board. I will say, though, that
15 seconds.
Thank you. Even if that proposal or the bylaws change isn't accepted, the Bergen plan can be put into effect as long as the officers and the board will follow the assembly's direction. Again,
That's it. Time's up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There being no opposing speakers, debate on this issue is, Eleanor, you have are you going to speak in opposition?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Eleanor's going to speak in opposition. Eleanor?
The Bergen plan is not clear to me regarding the officers and the board. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Eleanor, can you repeat that? I was you were sort of in and out. Sorry.
I wasn't clear on the Bergen plan about the role of the present or the newly elected board and officers.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eleanor. Appreciate that. That means does another speaker, a speaker in support, then would that allow Liz Singer? Elizabeth, are you prepared to speak? Are you speaking in favor?
So I am speaking in support of the Bergen plan, and the AEU is a network. It is a network between the societies, and it is society-led. It is not an entity unto itself. The AEU lives in the societies, and the AEU is meant to share the expertise among the societies and share our common services. The Bergen plan gives us an excellent vehicle to do this. There has been some comments that a 23-person board would be too unwieldy, but that was in the past prior to Zoom. As we can see today, we have more than 80 people on this Zoom call. And so far, I must say, it is doing very well. All of us are communicating very well. And that's why I think with all the different ideas that are coming forth, that will be very helpful to all societies in the future, that the Bergen plan gives us our best chance to really be what the AEU needs to be. Not a network, but an entity unto itself. Thank you.
20 seconds, okay.
Well, thank you very much. Now, if there is an opportunity, if anyone else wishes to speak in opposition to the Bergen plan, the innovation plan, excuse me, I need to give it a correct title. Omoele. You're muted,
Please
Omoele.
unmute.
I didn't really intend to speak again, but it's really interesting that ambition, this ambitious plan that is being put before us, is not really ambitious. It's an imperialistic plan. It's a paternalistic plan, right? And so it is actually a plan to remain as you are. When you had Sharon saying that what is happening in our society is the mistreatment of others. That the society has dwindled from 4,000 to just under 2,000, right? These are persuasive data. So how are you going to look past that data to come up with a plan that is ambitious, that does not even take into consideration the human element of who we are? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omoyele. If there's no one else to speak in favor or opposition.
I'm
Oh,
in favor.
Susan, are you going to speak in favor then?
I am.
Okay.
I would say that at our society, we are running our board with consensus and that we have conversations that are contentious but not disrespectful. And I am speaking to the successful, positive plan of social innovation, which is what our proposal is. And I will tell you that our younger members, the biggest criticism they had of our society was that we were too cerebral and not actively doing anything. But now, 1 year after putting these social innovations into practice and in place, our younger members are much more engaged. There's more engagement with other organizations in our community that have similar goals, improving the life of all living things. And we have more positive engagement with diverse and inclusive communities. I would like to say that I am pro social innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition now? Yes, Dorothy.
I hadn't planned to speak, so I don't have anything prepared. I just want to say that one of the things about the Bergen proposal that gives me pause is that it doesn't necessarily match my smaller society and its experience. I think we would like to do more social justice, but we are quite small, we're spread quite thin, and I think our primary identity is as a community of thoughtful people who get together. We do a lot of, we have a lot of speakers from the community tell us about what's going on and different causes. I think Bergen is just a little too ambitious for us and also a little too Bergen centric for us, while I do respect what that society has achieved.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. And that does end the debate on this issue, which will be voted on a single ballot with the other scenarios using ranked choice voting. And that ballot will begin now. It may take a minute. We're going to have to create a breakout room for the voting support team, and they will have to send out the ballot. But now is the point at which we will begin the pause. Please be at ease, delegates, and we will be voting.
I just want to let you know that it will take us a couple minutes to actually send out this ballot because we have to review the voting list and make sure that everything is in order before we can send it out. So
exactly. I think people will put that time to good use.
Okay.
Since there's a moment, tomorrow is the All Society platform. It's going to be really great. It's the encampment for citizenship. There might be members here who have been part of the encampment. Ann Clayson will be leading it along with a lot of other former encampment people. This is a movement and a project that began with Algernon Black and some other people and had the support of Eleanor Roosevelt in 1946. So I wouldn't be plugging it if it wasn't really worthwhile.
I'm sorry,
we'll have some very good music. So I hope you need to register. 11 o'clock. It's a really cool platform, and it is supporting hands-on projects that the AU does. I think you'll
Could you
really,
pause so that Sonia could
I
speak?
really need to interrupt because the breakout room
sorry.
didn't work out quite right. Okay, now I seem to be heading into the breakout room. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, continue, Dror. Sorry.
I think I said it. So, but really, like, if you're, it's all I could say, if you want to hear history about something really good that the AEU has been doing, it's Encampment for Citizenship. It's about democracy. It's about how young people learn to be involved and engaged in democracy. It's very, very good. And you may also know young people who might be interested in becoming encampers next year. So really, you need to register. Please consider coming tomorrow. Also, it's another volunteer-run project of the AEU, one of those committees that does things. And there are people here who've on that committee as well as myself. So see you tomorrow.
Dror, I registered for that. It sounds like a great program, but I now have a family urgent thing. I'm going to be out of town. Will it be recorded for viewing later?
Yes, it will.
Good,
Yes.
thank you.
There's a link in the chat to register.
Great. And I could tell you also, I learned that the encampment is now running participatory projects where you all year long. I mean, they don't meet all year long, but they're via Zoom, so people can become encampers. People like ourselves, young at heart, and I don't know. Are we young? I don't think I've changed from when I was 14 years old, except maybe I have a little. I got a little, but you get the idea. So consider coming tomorrow and learning about how to be an encamper. It's a lot of fun.
I just like to say that I'm really excited about tomorrow's All Society platform. I've heard about Encampment for Citizenship when I during the early years of my membership and affiliation with the St. Louis Ethical Society, and I wanted my daughter to go to the Encampment for Citizenship. It was not operational during her teenage years, so we found a substitute that was pretty good. But I'm really excited about listening and learning more about the Encampment for Citizenship tomorrow. Thank you for organizing that.
So I am a graduate of the Encampment for Citizenship. I went to the 1966 encampment in Bubberville, Kentucky. And being a New York City resident, living in rural Appalachia was really an eye-opening experience. And it was one of the most formative experiences of my life. I loved going.
I was surprised to learn that two of my neighbors were encampers years and years ago, two elderly men. While they never really joined ethical culture, they really went on to have really productive and interesting lives, and their memories of the encampment were so rich and grateful.
I don't see the link in the chat to register for tomorrow's program.
It's right up there under Trish Cowan. So, Richard, I had the same experience. I have a friend who's in my writing group. He grew up nowhere near New York, but somehow or other we got to talk. I was telling her about ethical culture, and Wes, she lives in Silver Spring, and she said, "Oh, I went to," and I said, "Oh my gosh," because I'd never actually met someone outside of ethical culture that knew about that and had participated in it. Isn't that cool? That's how I call one great
The
inspiration.
votes have been sent. If you can go to your email.
Okay.
I'd just like to say that I too know someone here who lives in the Asheville area who was a camper in the encampment, and he's looking very much forward to the program tomorrow too.
Thank you. And there will be breakout rooms following the platform tomorrow where we could keep on this conversation. It's amazing what happens when we start to talk about other things besides these resolutions.
Voting has begun and it will end in about 8 minutes. I've lost it.
Oh, wait a minute, there's no- oh. Okay. Mm, Good.
Laura, your mic is still on.
Sorry about that. I'm talking to myself.
Uh-oh. Jackie, you had your hand up earlier. Did you get to say what you wanted to say? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Laura?
Thanks, Carolyn. Would you mind going over how this vote is counted? Have we come to, what bubbles to the top?
You mean in terms of how, oh, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I have to tell you that Sonia, when she explained it at our training session on Thursday night, received a compliment from the parliamentarian that that was the best explanation he'd ever heard. But you know what? I'm still very slow and trying to follow it. And I had to rethink it when I was trying to vote, and I still don't know whether I did the right thing when I voted, but I tried.
Then could Sonia perhaps explain that before she tells us, oh, we're not going to know what the vote is? No, you are going to know what the vote is. We are going to know what the vote is?
We may know what the vote is, maybe.
Okay, so would maybe she could describe it again, just so we all have some clear understanding of how we come to the resolution of this? Pardon me.
Can I try so that we don't waste time later?
Good point. Do we try?
Okay, thank you. So
Not waste, spend time.
Sorry. My understanding is we will not know the results right away because they have to go through and make sure there's no places where the election buddy system decides that something is a vote or the other way around. They have to do some human eyes over the artificial intelligence. Thank goodness we still have human eyes. But the idea of ranked voting is that you rank your choices, and then if nobody gets a majority, the least voted on, the thing that got the lowest rank drops out. So if you voted for, she used the example of using a meal, and we were voting for pizza, fried chicken, deli sandwiches, and Indian food. So let's say you voted for pizza as the first one, but pizza got the fewest number of votes. Well, then pizza drops off the list. So now there's only fried chicken, deli sandwiches, and Indian food. So your second choice now goes to the top. Then if you get a majority, then whatever rose to the top is the majority. If not, then the thing that got the least number of votes drops off. If you voted for something else, that moves up. If you didn't vote, let's say you only voted for two things and two things dropped off, then that's it. The reason you do not vote for something you don't want is because if you vote for something you don't want, if you rank it, then it's actually going to get a vote. If you don't vote for something you don't want, that's a no vote. So if you need to go back and change your votes, I'm sorry about that.
And
That was
Joanna, am I
beautiful.
remembering correctly that a scenario needs to get through the ranked choice, the majority of votes in order to go forward, that if no scenario ends up there, then we end up with no change by default?
Yeah.
Well, that would be if no one put in second or third choices,
Yeah.
because eventually there'll be some choice that will have a majority of, have more than 50% first rank. So if
Yeah, it seems
nobody,
very unlikely.
But that thing that has more than 50% first rank could be no change.
Yes.
oh, if it has all the votes, yeah, absolutely. But I think Abby was asking if it makes it there by default, that no change would end up by a default. And I don't really see how that would work. Unless everyone voted for just one thing and put in no second choices. But the machine does it. The election buddy does this calculation by itself. So the team does not make that calculation.
Thank you all. That helped.
Thanks for asking, and thanks for letting us share.
We have an issue in the voting support team. It's going to take up another minute or two, so be at ease.
So I have a question for everybody. Who and where you are is going to be over 90 or 95 degrees today? We're a country that's baking.
Yeah. The map is red.
Yeah. And not for other reasons.
Oh, yeah.
You're allowed.
We just need to make cookies
No, fried eggs.
since we're baking.
Uh-oh.
Did you guys see that, that thing? I think it was down near your way, Carolyn, about a woman who baked bread in her mailbox.
No.
Well, frying an egg on the sidewalk is an
Yeah.
old tradition.
I was gonna do that with my great grandchildren when we were at the beach. I was gonna show them how hot it is, but I didn't get to. Another time.
Let me just say that here in Pennsylvania, middle of the state, our high for tomorrow is only going to be 79 degrees.
Yeah, here it's supposed to be in the mid 80s.
Oh.
We're right below ya. So actually, I'm a member of Washington, but I'm actually closer to Baltimore. I split my time at times.
In Texas, it's going to be between 101 and 103 all week,
Oh my gosh.
every day.
I have a friend in Austin, not Austin, Fort Worth. And I keep emailing her saying, how are you? How are you?
It's like living in hell. In
It's
more
like
ways. than
living
one.
in an oven.
Voting is now closed, but the voting support team is reviewing another voting question. We're not in an easy group. We're excited because we have challenges. It's good.
Carolyn, I think it's not just that we're not an easy group. I think we're taking on something very difficult. And actually,
bless
most of us are doing really amazingly well with it. Partly because of all the work you and others put into setting it up to be as non-confusing as possible.
Yeah.
Here, here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you guys have done a great job.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Agreed.
I think this experience is showing us how much we have in common, how we basically all have this very similar viewpoints of life, and we're doing our best. So I think that we should be optimistic.
So I want to say hi, Linda.
I live in.
Hello, old friends that I'm seeing
Yeah.
on these screens.
How was my old stomping ground?
Yeah.
I think it's showing us partly how much we have in common and also partly how fatigued many of us are after all the previous rounds of meetings.
Yes.
Exactly. Carolyn, you are allowed 1 day vacation after this experience.
Thank you so much.
One, she needs a week.
I plan to take Monday. They're putting a new roof on my house after all the hail damage we've had.
Oh.
And I'm gonna leave the house and count that as my vacation.
What color is your roof going to be?
I'm not sure. They asked me to pick a color and I just went, it's made out of recycled tires, but it's not black. It's gonna be lighter. I know, recycled tires. My insurance company's gonna love it. Maybe. Maybe not.
All right.
Hope
I
it
think
doesn't
the light
combust.
colors reflect the sun better, so choose something
Yeah.
light.
Yeah,
Right,
light
right.
colors are better. I did pick the lightest that they had available, but they all look beige to me. Oh, here's Sonia.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So we are back from our breakout room. Now, I want to comment that this vote is very close. And you remember how in the training. We said that we weren't going to certify any of these votes until after the conclusion of the meeting. This is one of those occasions where I want to be really clear with you that the voting support team wants to go through this with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that there are no errors in this vote. With that said, at the Bergen Society plan has won this vote. It was at the end 52.63% in favor of the Bergen plan and 47.37% in favor of the Susquehanna Valley plan. I'm sure you can see how with such a close vote, we want to make sure that that we didn't miss anything.
Wow.
Wow,
Wow.
interesting.
Hey.
So Sonia, this is Dorothy. Can you give us the percentage again?
I'm sorry. The percentage is 52.63 in favor of Bergen and 47.37 in favor of Susquehanna Valley.
Sonia, can I ask
That's
a
after
question?
taking out all the intermediate votes. These
That's
were the
right.
last two survivors.
Somebody's got reverb, so everybody mute yourself if you're not talking. That would help.
Yeah, I'm going to share. Why don't, do you want me to take the time to share the actual results at this moment so that everybody can see how it worked? Okay.
But not too long.
Yeah, I won't spend too long on this. Okay. So these are the results, and you will get a link to these in the final results. And in the first round, the Bergen Society plan was in the lead with 31 votes. And the Susquehanna Valley plan had 26 votes and was in second place. So then whichever one of these had the fewest votes needed to get eliminated. The Northern Virginia plan or the Northern Virginia amendments and the Washington plan to reform the AEU were eliminated because they both had 6 first place votes. So they both got eliminated. The votes then got redistributed. The second place votes from these people who were these voters got redistributed to whatever their second place choice was. At that point, the Susquehanna Valley plan and the Bergen plan were tied with 32 votes each. Then we eliminated, or the software automatically eliminated, the Brooklyn plan. So then these 11 votes got redistributed to whatever those folks' second choice was, right? So then at that point, the Bergen plan has 37 votes and the Susquehanna Valley plan has 32. The Washington plan to reimagine the AEU as a society-led organization then gets eliminated. Its votes get reassigned to Susquehanna Valley's plan and the Bergen County plan. And that leads to this result with the Bergen plan having 40 votes and the Susquehanna Valley plan having 36. Like I said, this will be available to everyone, and any analysis that we might have about, any irregularities will also be published in the report.
Outstanding. Thank you. I actually understood that with pictures. It helps. Thank you. But yes, you are going to certify these later. So we are counting these as unofficial results, correct?
Yeah, these are unofficial results at this time.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you so very much. And now we move to the next section of the agenda, which had been a contingency issue, but because the earlier motion to postpone the election and the budget review did not pass, we are now at the point of asking for the election of directors and officers. Now, it's common practice, it has been common practice in the past for the sitting president, who is also the chair of this meeting, to preside over elections for the next board year, even if they are also a candidate in the election. But because there's been some high level of concern about the optics of that expressed in regard to this particular election, I'm going to pass the gavel to my vice president, Zia Durrani, who's going to lead this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Carolyn. Madam President, the election of directors and officers for the 2023-2024 board year will be conducted on a single ballot. Contested offices will be voted upon using the ranked choice voting method. Chris Kamen, current chair of the Board Development Committee, will present the list of nominees for this election. Chris Kamen, take
Thank
it
you,
away,
Zia.
please.
Thank you, Zia. So for the officers' positions are one-year terms. So as president, Carolyn Parker of Austin and Condra Sears of Baltimore. Vice president, there's one candidate, Jay Hooper from Riverdale Yonkers. Treasurer, there's Anthony Cruz Pantojas of Susquehanna Valley Ethical Society, and Liz Singer of the New York Society for Ethical Culture. And secretary, there's Anya Overman of the St. Louis Society. There are 3 director positions to fill, and there are 3 candidates. So Condra Sears is her term, actually, last year she was elected to a one-year term, so she was up for re-election. And so she's on the list to be re-elected. And then Jay Hooper of Riverdale Yonkers Society, and then Anthony Cruz Pantojas of the Susquehanna Valley Ethical Society. So those are the candidates for the directors and officers.
I have a question.
Zia still muted. Sorry. Zia?
Zia, I have a question.
Could you just wait for Zia to get back ready? She's chairing this section.
What am I doing? Am I reading something else?
There's just another section, but Dorothy has a question if you want to recognize her.
Is it okay to go forward, Zia?
Yes, 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 please.
So I'm a little bit confused because the Bergen plan dissolves the board, is my understanding. So, and I don't have a vote, by the way, because I'm a, whatever that lower class delegate is. If the board is dissolved, how is this election? What's the outcome of this election? Okay, Kurt has something in the column. It doesn't dissolve the board. So does that mean, like, I have another year left on my term? I'm just trying to determine whether that's still in place or not.
In fact, we have not voted. I didn't raise my hand. I should be called upon, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is that there are 4, I think, board members whose terms have not concluded. Will they continue on the board under the Bergen plan, regardless of officers?
And Kurt, you're saying it does not dissolve the board, but
And
increase.
can speak, right? So I'll let Eric speak, actually, because he wrote the proposal. That nothing has changed right now. I'll let Eric explain that.
Thank you. So there is a separate bylaws amendment that is going to be coming up that does replace the board with a board representing each society. If you're currently on the board, I would recommend that you reach out to your society to which you belong and have yourself appointed as that board member. I think that's the simplest way to go about that.
So if that resolution passes, those of us who have not completed our terms would have to be reappointed by our societies. Is that correct?
Or there is, Zia, may I have permission to speak?
Yes.
Okay. There is some question under New York law whether a sitting board member or an elected board member can be removed without a fairly high threshold for cause. So an earlier opinion that we had indicated that board members who were seated, elected, however we got there, would continue. And I think since this current situation has not changed, the contingency on which we are voting now has to do with the earlier motion that would have postponed this election. This election is not postponed, and we're just moving forward through the agenda. And the assembly may make decisions to change things later in the agenda. So that's where I believe we stand right now.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn and Eric.
I have a question.
Go. Yes.
Some of the people, for instance, Jay Hooper and Condra Sears, are running both as directors and as executives. So what happens? Do they have both positions? I'm confused. Do they get voted for only one or the other?
Richard. If you can help us, Richard.
Oh, yeah, as I understand it, and I think the way that makes sense is that the Bergen plan provides for officers being elected at the assembly like always, and that wouldn't really change anything. As far as the positions on the board, what it said was that those who are already on the board are presumptively the representatives from their home societies. And so they would just continue. However, they would be subject to their own society's methods, procedures to appoint a person to their representative to the board. So those who are elected now are just like presumptively on the board and go forward. And those societies that are not represented on the board now are invited to send their representatives onto the board. So I think that contemplates a kind of a smooth transition. The other question that you had, Joanna, about being both an officer and a board member, the way the structure is and has always been is that only board members are eligible to be officers. And so it presumes that anyone who is elected as an officer is also on the board. And that's what's going to be. All the candidates for officers now are board members right now.
Thank you.
Okay. And just to help with Zia, what we want to say is that these candidates will be elected by ballot in a moment when the ballot is submitted, which is coming up. And since this is a motion, a presentation from a committee, it's not a motion that needs a second. It's a committee recommendation. Yeah. Is this directly related? Well, yes, Jay, you have a question?
Yes, it might seem like it's holding things up. I mean, the truth of the matter is that, right, I'm a delegate with RISEC, but I'm also appointed at this current time as NLC rep. So my question does kind of arise in the same spirit of Luis, which has already been resolved. But in my case and in my regards, I'm wondering what does that mean for within Bergen's plan? What does that look like?
Let me just ask this, could we discuss Bergen's plan later? We just want to do the election now. And so-
I think that, I mean, I would not be surprised if many people did not realize that there was a delusion of the board, like and you know, so I think, so folk do have questions. I think that's a very real and valid question. I think we have time to do that. I'm not going to lead people into being foolish, and I'm not going to lead people blind. I'm a leader. I'm called to make sure that people have their information. That is what I'm asking for.
And we were informed that this did not dissolve the board.
That is not enough information, Carolyn. That is what I'm saying to you. And it is not clear, particularly for NLC reps.
Leader reps would remain on the board. That was our plan. So anyone who has a position on the board would remain. The only thing we asked is that there'd be one representative from each of the societies participating as well.
Does Bergen have a time frame?
This takes effect immediately.
This is the AU. Does the AU have a time frame? Yeah. This is not, Bergen's not running the AU.
I'm sorry, there was another question. Eleanor? Eleanor, you're muted.
My question was answered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Anya,
you.
question?
So the bylaw that will change the board composition, we have not yet voted on that. That comes later. And reference to that bylaw is in the chat. I just call everyone's attention to that. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's not changed the status yet. Joy, thank you, Anya. Joy?
Yes, thank you. I'm very confused here. Everything is following the order of our agenda. We just voted the second bullet point in the Bergen plan is to dissolve the AEU board. Is that so? That we have just dissolved the AEU board? I'm sorry, I'm sounding snippy. I am so confused.
The results of the election are not official. And it's contingent. We're waiting for confirmation and certification of those results. And this agenda is just, there are a lot of proposals out there, and we're just trying to follow as we can which proposal goes where and which contingency has happened. And I guess I just missed the point of saying we dissolved the board. I don't think we did, but
okay, I'm trying I'm trying to follow along as best I can. And Carolyn, you're doing amazing work keeping us going, and I appreciate it so much.
I'm trying to.
So I will just be quiet now, but I just really am confused about
I appreciate that. And let me just say, my understanding from the review of what we have done so far is that we can proceed with this election. It's not been canceled or postponed. And there may be some effects on individual positions later on, but this really was meant to be a brief item to move forward to where we would be talking about the other issues. So let's.
And I want to just affirm that leaders get no vote.
Somebody needs to mute themselves so we can not get background noise. Okay, Mary. Oh, Joy, you didn't.
Carolyn, I have one more question. Do I understand that leaders do not get to vote on candidates?
That's absolutely right. None of the categorical delegates, including myself, can vote in this election. But society delegates can, and that's Mary Murphy Overman. Yes, ma'am.
So if we vote no on the bylaw that changes the board composition if the vote is no for the amendment to change board composition, and the Bergen resolution requires a change of board
composition, where does that leave us?
The Bergen resolution does not, it cannot, is not dependent on the bylaws amendment in order to go into effect. Two separate issues. We have not yet raised the bylaws amendment. We're not at that point of the agenda. So we can't consider what that is right now because it's not in order. We're just voting on the election as it's the normal, more or less normal processes have been. So when we come to the bylaws amendment, then we can try to figure out what it means for what we're doing. And I'm sorry, but we're really mixing things up by bringing that bylaws amendment in here.
Yeah.
Okay, Linda?
Yeah, hi. I think that the word dissolve was a mistake. It was a mistake to use that word because I think that's what's confusing everyone. In my mind, the word should be reconstitute, because what it basically seems to me means is that the people whose terms are not over on the board will stay on the board. But the work will be then to expand the board so that every society has a representative on the board. Whether that is going to be a good solution or a poor solution, I don't know. But the word dissolve really, I think, is very misleading. So I think we have to be patient. And I don't, in answer to what Jay was saying, I don't think that the NLC representative is affected at all by this. As
No.
far as I know, there's no change with that.
Right. Thank you, Belinda. Zia, so sorry, back to you.
That's me. I just wondered, have we already voted on the candidates?
No,
We
we're
haven't.
waiting. We're trying to get there.
Oh, okay.
We have a lot
Okay, I
of
thought I
questions,
missed
apparently.
something. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
We'll try. Okay,
I,
Zia.
as a board member, will not be voting on the.
Exactly.
Right. I get it. I get it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Dissolve means dissolves, end. and it's there. And we have reached a crisis in probably the unintended, where a vote was taken and the board got dissolved. I think perhaps what we can do, and it might seem expedient, but it can resolve the kind of confusion that still resides in delegates' minds about this issue. I propose that we vote for the two proposals, that the Susquehanna and the Bergen plan, that we can now revote on those two plans and have a definitive outcome.
That is not part of the meeting plan. I think we're being pushed far away from where our agenda is and where our actions need to go. And I'm going to ask the parliamentarian to meet with me for a moment to see where we can go from there. So can we have a room for Mr. Anderson and me to consult?
Yes, of course. Hold on one sec.
Thank you, Carolyn. Great decision.
So this is just a room for the parliamentarian and Carolyn. Everybody else don't join. Thank you.
Is there a problem with Richard making whatever comment he has now?
Well,
Our president is in a conference with the parliamentarian.
so we're pausing.
So you want your comment to be on the record, I gather.
Yeah, I don't want to just talk loosely.
Okay.
Yeah, Richard, while we're waiting here, just a legal question. To be compliant with New York State incorporation laws, don't we have to have Board of Directors continuity for the AEU S Corporation until there are separate, mechanisms to go ahead and choose a replacement for it as per the Bergen proposal? But I mean, we can't like dissolve the board and still be in compliance with New York State law, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Okay, after a moment of consultation with Mr. Anderson, our registered parliamentarian, the note that the takeaway that I have is that the Bergen proposal, if finally certified as our full vote, is something that will take some transition time to implement. And the board, as elected, will be responsible, however that board is constituted, that board will be responsible for implementing this transition period. We have not yet addressed the bylaws amendment that is proposed by Bergen. When we do, yes, it will take effect immediately, but it is not, quote, a suicide pact. It is a point at which we will again be having to work out the transition process and go as ethicals in an ethical manner to deal there. So the board will want to cooperate to work with this not entirely rigid, highly structured plan. There is a little wiggle room in there, so we'll work together. And we all need to acknowledge that implementation is going to take a little bit of time, not 3 years, but not 2 days. We can't do it by Monday. So what I'm going to do is say this. I believe that we can proceed with this election as it has been proposed by the Board Development Committee. And I am so sorry that I'm stepping on Zia's toes at this point to sort of step in. But if Zia doesn't mind, I'm just going to move us forward and say that the vote on these candidates will take place on a ballot that will also include a subsequent vote on the budget. So give us a few more minutes and then we will have that ballot. Richard, your hand is up. Do you have a question at this point?
No, it's not a question. I want to make a comment if it's an opportunity. If not, I'll just lower my hand.
Well, if it will help us.
Well, I think so. I think what you just reported is really consistent with what I was thinking that many people seem to be saying in the chat, that we're taking this step by step. The vote that we had on the plans, these plans were not self-effectuating. These were guidance, directions that the delegates want to go. So the change of the structure of the board was not automatically effectuated by that, but it was a direction that we want to go in. That's what we said. And we have, as we get to it along this agenda, a bylaw amendment proposal on the table, which will effectuate it when we get to it. So the vote that's being offered right now makes a lot of sense, is still consistent with where we are. These officers will continue to be officers for the rest of the year. And those who are elected as directors will be presumed to be, if that bylaw amendment is added, will be presumed to be the representatives from their society. And we'll move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
I hope that was helpful.
It is helpful. And I believe that we can thank the Board Development Committee for their hard work. Thank Zia for her efforts in this, and all of you for your questions and concerns with these nominations. The next item on the agenda is the budget. The budget proposal is a committee recommendation, and as such, it will not need a second for the motion to approve the committed funds budget. It comes from the committee. And Liz Singer is the AEU treasurer and chair of the finance committee, and she will present the recommendation from the committee. When she's finished, we will be able to have pro and con discussion for 9 minutes.
So I do have a question. Did we vote on the officers?
It's going to be on a ballot.
So we're waiting for that ballot. You want to proceed with this?
The ballot will include the officers and.
Okay, got it.
No.
Okay.
Sonia,
Okay.
something different.
Just to clarify, because different people get to vote for the officers and directors as compared to the bylaws amendments and the budget, it's not actually the same ballot. You'll receive 2 separate ballots, but in order to save time in the meeting, we're going to send those out all at approximately the same time and have one voting period for all of those matters of business.
Okay.
Precision
All right.
help. Thank you so much. Okay, now, Ms. Singer, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so I'm sure many of you are saying, how are we voting on a budget? Because we're voting on scenarios that have budgets or different kinds of ways they're going to talk about money. Well, this is first of all, the Finance Committee met on June 12th. And what we came up with, and with the help of the ED, what we're calling committed funds. These are funds that if apportionments do not change, there would be $177,000 worth of money coming into AEU over the year. The other committed funds is the 4.5%, which is what we take as administration funds. I did confer with Jack, who is our investment person at Oppenheimer, and this percent is correct according to him. And that's the 33 or 34,000 that you see also listed. Other funds either have restrictions or some type of thing that we must adhere to as how we spend the money. So what we're saying, there's no expenses in this. This is a baseline and kind of a control factor that these are committed funds, and then any other kind of funds that a particular scenario will bring to the table, that would probably have to pass somehow through the Finance Committee. So all we're doing is voting on this baseline that these are monies that are spendable with no change. That's about as clear as I can try to make that. Carolyn, you're muted.
I know, I'm useless with this thing. I'm so sorry. I was just saying I even understood that explanation. So I thank the treasurer and the finance committee for their work. At this point, I need to ask, is there anyone who wishes, aside from the treasurer, who wishes to speak in favor of this budget? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this budget. John Dakin. So
So Carolyn, I don't like to use the word budget because I don't want to confuse people. We're
Right.
actually taking a vote on committed funds as a baseline.
exactly, I don't know the word. These are committed funds as the basis for our expenditures. All right, and so you've spoken. Would it be okay with you then, John wishes to speak against the motion? Is it, okay, fair enough. John?
Thanks, Carolyn. It's my understanding then that the assembly, if it's finalized, the assembly has just voted to adopt the budget that is incorporated within the Bergen proposal. And you're shaking your head. Okay, well, let's just imagine that maybe we did, because that's my understanding, because it has a spending line. But the Bergen proposal also has an income line, and that income line conflicts with what's being presented by the Finance Committee. The board hasn't approved the document. It seems that they're in conflict because the Bergen budget includes money from restricted funds. So it's actually a bit of a Q&A, but I was wondering how can we pass this given that it seems to conflict with the motion that was just scenario motion that was just approved by the assembly.
Okay, thank you. Is there, and you want to speak again, Liz? Okay, I think John might want that, so please answer.
Okay, Tom speaks first.
Okay, well, it's my turn.
Oh, Tom.
Okay, no, if we're alternating in terms of pro and con, so I think just like there are things that we have to go ahead, just like there are things that we have to go ahead and work out with regard to the board and elections in terms of the transition over to the Bergen plan. I think the same thing needs to be the case with regard to the baseline allocation that Liz described. So yeah, I'm sure we're going to be revisiting the budget and the use of these allocated funds on a go-forward basis, but it's not something that we can go ahead and resolve spontaneously based on a quick reading of the Bergen proposal. So just like there are a couple of days leeway being provided for the elections, there should be a couple of days leeway with regard to the allocated funds.
Okay. Anybody else to speak in opposition to the budget? Then this will be on the ballot that will happen in this voting period, which is coming up now. So we need a room for the voting support team, and we have amendments to the bylaws would be next after this.
Okay, the room is open.
Thank you so much.
Get over to.
We have 10 minutes. I guess I'll put the timer on. And you'll get 2 ballots in 1 email. Hank? You're muted, hon.
Are we still going to elect officers before the
Yes.
bylaws?
The budget and the election of officers together are they're going to send out the ballots.
Okay, I can't get back in.
And it could be 2 emails, but it'll be 2 ballots.
Can you get into the third?
This one, yeah,
Okay.
that's Zoom. I want to join Zoom meeting.
No.
That's not what I wanted.
There seems to be a delay for me to vote. I'm not getting the new email. Anybody else having that experience?
It takes a little bit of time and apparently
Yeah, I don't have it.
there's 2 different ballots to send out.
Okay.
I'm not getting any word from them though that they're having a problem, so.
I should be getting one email though, for one.
Yes, just
ballot.
one for you and
Yeah.
me. We don't get to vote on the board election.
Candidates, right, but I'm still expecting one email.
One email on the budget.
Budget, yeah. But I haven't gotten it yet, so.
But thanks for clarifying that. Uh-oh. Bill all says we are correcting an error. We sent to, okay. I don't understand this message. Sorry. Let's see. Ah. Thanks, Rachel. It helps when I talk to myself, doesn't it? I appreciate it.
Carolyn, just a question about clarification. So the lead delegate gets the budget ballot, but the other delegate only gets the election ballot. Is that correct?
I think that if you're a society delegate, whether you're the lead or not, you get both.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought we didn't vote on the budget.
Is going to be a special vote when we get to bylaws amendment.
Bylaws, that was it. Okay, thank you.
Board of Directors vote has started. So those of us who aren't getting that message will not get a ballot, but some of you will have should be getting a ballot now. Can anyone confirm that they're getting the society ballot for election? Jackie is getting it. Okay.
I have it.
Okay, good show.
I have not.
Okay,
Did just get it.
just coming. Okay. You all are so helpful and patient. Thank you.
I have still not received it.
Ah.
So do I have to contact the team?
I already did, Kay. If there's anybody else who hasn't received it, let me know.
Thank you.
I haven't received it yet, Rachel. It's Maureen.
Okay, Maureen, I'll let them know.
Sec. Okay.
Okay, I just received it.
Me too.
Yes, Kurt, you're categorical.
I did not get recognition in the earlier voting that I had 2 votes, though. This one does say that I have 2 votes. So did I not have 2 votes in the scenarios?
You should have 2 votes, but they won't, that's in the count. The team, the voting support team knows what weight to put on your votes. And you would have 2 from, I think NES gets to vote for that.
So this is ranked voting for board members?
I'm sorry, I have to look at the transcript. I can't.
It is, but it doesn't actually matter how you rank them because all of them are running. There are three people running for 3 slots.
Yeah.
I just put 1 for each of them.
No, you can't do that. If you do, the election buddy system will tell you you can only have one number 1 choice.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Dorothy.
Thank you.
They haven't said that they've sent out the proposal for the budget, so that should be coming.
I just got something.
Oh, you did? Oh, yes, I do too. So the budget vote is live.
Is that a second email we'll be getting?
If you, yes, you are a society delegate, so you will get 2.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the answer to your question, Yvonne, is yes. And the budget ballot is there, yeah. Okay, there was an error in the announcement that was sent to you with the email notice for the board and director, or the officer and director vote. You were informed that the vote would end at the end of the meeting, but that is not so. The vote for directors and officers will end at the conclusion of this voting period. So do please try to vote now on officers and directors. Yes, Ken, you are correct. There is no expense budget because we didn't have the information on July the 12th.
Carolyn, do you have any idea how much more time we have on this vote?
No idea, Jackie, I'm sorry. In terms of the meeting itself, in terms of the vote, I think probably pretty soon, but the meeting we have,
Have all the ballots been sent out for the
Yes.
budget?
yes, budget is
I
out.
did not- I did not get one.
Uh-oh. Okay, I will make that note for them. Okay.
Did anybody else not get a ballot? Ellen, I sent them a notice, so you should be getting one soon.
Thank you, Rachel. You're faster than I am. Good girl.
Thanks, I'll wait for it.
Did y'all see my comment? This is just a working budget. Is that what we're saying? This is, sorry.
Yeah, this is also, this budget is only the income, not the expenditure part. And
But just I'm saying the Bergen proposal
discussing this though.
was for a reduction in
Yeah.
apportionments. So is this just like a working number?
It's all we had. It's what we had. If apportionments stay the same, this is what the income would be.
But what it means, Kurt, is that you can't go over the 177.
Got it. Okay.
You can
Got it.
go less than, I mean, if you want to
Definitely
cut
less,
it,
definitely less than you. Okay.
but that's your baseline. That's the baseline. As we presently exist.
I could also tell you in Texas language, but it's not polite for polite companies, so I won't do that.
Yo, Canesto.
Yeah, it has to do with milking cows, and so there we are. Ellen, could you please check your email for 2:10 p.m.? No. Doggone.
No, I don't have it.
Ah,
You also checked your spam or junk mail.
yeah, good point.
Yeah, there's nothing in my junk.
And Ellen, you did get a ballot before.
I did. I've been getting them right along. That's the first time I didn't.
We had a little bit of a boo-boo on the pauses for voting breaks because of this contingency issue. And so that made it harder for the voting support team to deal with the ballots. It's a lot of work there.
Let's see if it's.
Ellen, would you like to go to the breakout room with the voting support team and they can work on it with you directly? Rachel will send you there.
Is Ellen eligible?
Okay, sure.
She's past president?
Yes, I am voting as past president. And the only thing I'm voting on is the budget.
So if Rachel will put you in the breakout room, they can work on that.
Okay.
Sonia said.
Just press that button and join, Ellen, okay? You got an invitation. Okay.
Hey, good show. Thank you. Whoa.
Someone sharing their screen?
Looks like Betty Chia, but those are pretty pictures. Stop that, but still very good. Nice chai. I love the one with the pink water. See, and you thought you wouldn't get breaks today. I have plenty of them.
Sorry, everybody, I finally finished voting.
Yay!
Yay.
I got knocked out of the email.
Okay, yeah.
I got knocked out of my email and I can't figure out how to get back.
Then I think we still have sound, but we were muted because we had some feedback from somewhere.
Yeah, you can all unmute yourselves if you want to talk.
Yeah.
Do you have a small?
That's me. Sorry. Mute myself.
Okay, let's stop that. Stop that.
Betty Chia and Hank, I think you two are feeding back on each other.
Yeah, definitely yes.
Can we send Betty Chia to the breakout room and have them vote for her if she can't access her email?
Betty, is that what you want to do?
Good idea.
Is that what Betty asked for? I'm sorry.
I would like to get to the email, back to my email.
Okay, Betty, I'm going to send you to another. I don't know if you're going to be able to get yourself into a room, but we'll try. Okay, hold on 1 second, okay? I have to find you.
Oh, wait a minute.
I can't find Lisa Laverne's picture. Can anyone see it?
I see
Yeah,
it. It's
you're
very dark.
darkened. You're darkened, but you're there. We see you.
Yeah, I saw her.
On this page?
Yes.
Carolyn,
Mm.
Carolyn,
Carolyn, you're muted.
Okay, sorry.
if it's a question of one vote, could you contact the voting support people and they can let us know if any of the elections would be
I'm sorry, I
determined?
spoke out, George.
I'll ask.
I
Thank you.
forgot what you said. My memory is so bad. Yeah,
Carolyn, the voting team is back, I believe. Let's make sure that the whole team is
Yeah,
here.
You're fine. You're.
Okay, let's just get it out of the Zoom.
And yep, Bill and Chris are both here. So we do have some, again, unofficial, uncertified results for you on these votes. And we will certify them later. What we can tell you is that as would have been impossible, it would have been impossible for this not to happen, right? Condra, Anthony, and Jay have all been elected to the board. It would have been impossible for them not to be elected because there were 3 available spots and 3 candidates. So they've all been elected. For president, Condra had 34 votes and Carolyn had 30. So our unofficial result is that Condra has won the vote for president. For vice president, this is a little complicated. This is one of those places where certification is important. Jay wins for vice president regardless of what the computer says about this outcome, right? Because only one person has to vote for Jay in order for Jay to win. So I want to be totally clear about that. So Jay got 29 votes in favor and 32 votes against, but Jay still wins the vote for vice president. For treasurer, we had Liz Singer with 40 votes and Anthony Cruz Pantojas for 25 votes. So that has, again, our unofficial result, Liz Singer winning the vote for treasurer. And then for secretary, again, like with Jay, it would have been impossible for Anya to lose this vote. So Anya got 32 votes in favor and 27 votes opposed. And so the unofficial result on the new board is that Condra Sears will be president, Jay Hooper will be vice president, Liz Singer will be treasurer, and Anya Overman will be secretary.
Thank you.
All right. And there's a question here in the chat. Why were the 3 candidates for board presented as ranked choice? Yeah, Mary, that's a great question. It's required by our bylaws and has been for decades. So that's why it was presented as a ranked choice. All right. And then we also have a result on the vote for the budget. The outcome of the budget vote has, again, not yet certified, 51 votes in favor of the budget and 27 votes opposed, which means that it has unofficially passed.
Unofficially. Very good.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you again for the work that you're putting together for that. Now, the next item on the agenda moves us toward the conclusion of the meeting. We have several bylaws proposals that have been presented. There are several contingencies in these bylaws proposal, and the outcome of one vote may affect whether another proposal may even be considered. The voting support team is tasked with deciding which votes lead to which contingencies. After obtaining advice from the parliamentarian, I have determined that the Bergen bylaws amendment is incompatible with the first 2 West bylaws amendments. Since Bergen's bylaws amendments are on the agenda first, if it passes, the first two West bylaws amendments are invalid because the bylaws provisions they seek to amend will no longer exist. That's a complicated factor in terms of Robert's rules, that when you're amending something, it has to exist in order to be amended. And our current bylaws make no provision for an effective date. Therefore, any amendment to the bylaws becomes effective immediately and immediately changes the language. So it's yeah. In order to avoid taking up any extra time, however, with multiple ballots, we're going to put everything on a single ballot for all the bylaws amendments. If the Bergen amendment passes, the first two West bylaws amendments will not pass, regardless of how many votes they receive. Nonetheless, the parliamentarian suggests that you vote for these bylaws amendments as if your choice is going to win. So go in there with goodwill to make your vote, because we don't know what the outcome is going to be. Don't let this contingency factor affect what's there. That being said, our first proposal is from Bergen, and I'm going to ask someone from Bergen to introduce this proposal and make the motion. And who is that going to be Eric or someone else? Eric is there? And who is the second? Who's going to say, is anyone going to second this motion? Okay, Susan Lesh, Eric is, okay. And Eric, I assume you're going to speak for this, and Susan, anyone else to speak in favor of this bylaws amendment? Okay. Anyone to speak in opposition to this bylaws amendment, signify with a raised Zoom hand. Whoa. Okay, am I missing something? All right, okay. It looks like, Eric, you will have the floor then to introduce this amendment, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Great. Thank you so much, Carolyn.
Oh, hold the fort. John just raised his hand. Sorry. John, is this a process question, or are you going to speak in opposition?
Yeah, I would like to speak in opposition. I was looking away and I didn't hear you.
Okay, so sorry. Okay, so John is going to say, thanks for your patience, Eric. So John Dakin is going to speak against. Is there anyone else? Last call. Anyone else going to speak against this motion? Okay, so we have Eric, then John, then Susan. Eric.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone for those who support the innovation plan, and as well as those who, made submitted other alternative proposals. This change in our bylaws would reconstitute the board of the AEU to make it connect again with the individual societies. It is an important part of the innovation proposal to reinvigorate the AEU. What we've seen in the past few years is a board that is not representative of the various societies, a board that doesn't bring the large societies and the small societies together in conversation. It's a board, unfortunately, that in many ways went its own way. And so the proposal, which the bylaws amendment, would establish the board as having a single representative from each society. Now, lest you think that that might be too unwieldy or cumbersome, I think you'll see that it really, in essence, what it does is it puts the responsibility and direction of the AEU in the hands of what would be a modified President's Council.
15 seconds.
Thank you. So again, I think that this is an important way to bring the societies back into better connection with the AEU and vice versa.
Thank you, Eric. John, you wish to speak in opposition?
Yes. So one of the major thrusts of this motion of the winning scenario is it places a lot of authority on Bergen to lead. It does say that it would have Bergen lead, which puts in a little bit of a tension with a board that is also asked to lead. I've attended President's Council meetings since January, and I think it has worked very well as an advisory group. And I think that's what it could turn the AEU board into, is an advisory group to Bergen. And I don't think that has sufficient democratic checks and balances. I believe that keeping the board the size that it currently is would allow the board at the very least to be a partner. And under our newly elected president, Condra Sears, I think it would offer an opportunity for us to ensure there's not overreach on Bergen's part. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And speaking in favor, Susan?
Excuse me, Carolyn, in my role as keeping the queue, since we've had one in favor and one opposed, don't we need another person opposed before we have another
Yes,
person in
so
favor?
Abby, and I was just including everybody, and I apologize for that.
I have my hand raised, but I seem to have got put in that, I raised it again.
Okay, then I missed it. I apologize to
Thank
you, Omowale. And so then that would work.
Wait, Omowale, are you speaking against?
Opposed.
Perfect.
So, thank you. I missed that. So Susan, to speak in favor, and then Omowale against.
Thank you. So I had been on our board when we all had representatives from every society attending the AEU board. And when that transition to liaison versus every society having a representative, and we lost most of the connection to AEU because of not having a representative on the board. And so I would say that this return to the networking, which the President's Council, as you pointed out, John, is very, very good at speaking to each other and addressing issues. I believe that is, the return to that is very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And Omowale?
Thank you, Carolyn. I think I need to employ you to say my name more often. It sounds so sweet. I think that's because you also speak an African language. So thank you very much. Look, I support what John says wholeheartedly about this resolution. You know, my expertise is in group relations. We study groups, right? And there is a reason why you have, groups at least, for boards like cut off at 11. Because when you go beyond that, you create greater complexity. And scientific research shows, even in this group, which is a large group, you find that few people speak because it is hard in a large group for people to get their voices out. Few people dominate large groups, right? So, I mean, that's science. I can invite you to a group relations conference and you can see how complex it is working in the here and now. So I think that the President's Council has worked well over the last few months.
15 seconds.
So I think I want to support that in terms of the President's Council, in terms of increasing the communication, like Regeneration said, the diagonal communication, which allows more voices to come into the space.
Okay, thank you so very much. And Elizabeth, you've raised your hand. Does that mean you wish to speak in favor?
Yes.
But hold the fort. Ellen has raised her hand. Does that mean you wish to speak in favor? Are you
just muted yourself?
You just muted yourself. Nod yes if it's in favor, or no if it's opposed.
Yes.
Okay, here's our dilemma. We've just had is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the motion?
We still have Susan to speak in favor in order to have our balance.
Oh, really?
I already
spoke. Susan.
You already spoke. I'm sorry.
You know what?
Right.
We really need some more carbs at this point. Thank you all very much. Ladies, if you don't mind, we don't have anyone else to speak in opposition. So we'll just close the debate. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. I know. So thank you so very much. That does close the debate. And this will be on a ballot with all of the other bylaws amendments. That's what we're talking about. And we'll get that ballot shortly, but we have 3 more bylaws amendments to consider. And they are all 3 from Wes. So I'm hoping that we'll have 3 motions from Wes, and we'll have seconds for those motions as well. And I'm looking for these. Hold on for it. Yeah. Okay. There are no substitution. Oh, yes. Each of these had an original motion that was presented. I knew there was a problem in here. And Wes has submitted an amendment for each of them. The amendment, the revised version, actually puts an effective date on it, which removes a defect that is in our current bylaws. Is there any objection to going from the original bylaws amendment proposed by Wes to the revised version, the amendment to the amendment? I love saying that. Is there any objection to that before we go into discussion? Okay, none. Who will speak for Wes on this motion? The first one, that will be Sarah, and you will be making the motion. Who will second the motion for Wes?
I will.
Oh, Laura Steele. I'm so glad this screen lights up. So Sarah and then Laura. And is there anybody else who would like to speak in favor of this motion? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this motion? Okay, Sarah, it looks like this is you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And we're doing these one at a time, right?
One at a time, yes, I'm sorry.
All right, great. So I'll speak first on the proposed bylaws amendment on the write-in candidates for directors. So while we all hope for a more thorough reconsideration of the AAU bylaws in the coming year, it still makes sense to correct known issues now in case that doesn't happen and we find ourselves with these known problems in the bylaws at next year's assembly. I'll note that these, as Carolyn mentioned, these proposed changes would not take effect until 2024. So not allowing write-in candidates after the slate is announced has been a longstanding flaw in the bylaws. Many people don't track the protracted timeline for write-in candidacy and aren't aware when nominations are due and don't make a decision about whether to run until closer to the time of the assembly. Sometimes the announcement of a slate might trigger someone to choose to run, and they should be able to initiate a write-in candidacy at that time. The current write-in process requires too many signatures, reflecting a time when there were more people in the movement, and requiring 50 signatures from 5 societies reinforces a sense of an insider baseball process. So this amendment keeps in place a process for accepting write-in candidates. Candidates would still need
10 seconds.
Thank you. Candidates would still need others' support to be added to the ballot, but this amendment reduces some of the rigidity and barriers to candidacy, and having more candidates is a good thing. It's highly democratic.
Thank you, Sarah. And there being no opposing speech, no one else wishes to oppose this amendment, we'll close debate on this. The second amendment proposed is related to requirements for write-in candidates for officer. And again, I ask, is there any objection to substituting the new version, which has an effective date in 2024? With no opposition, Sarah, I assume you will be, I need to stop saying assume, don't assume. Sarah, will you make the motion for this proposal? Who will be the second?
I will.
Laura, okay, Sarah and Laura. And so is there anyone who will speak in opposition to this motion? Seeing no opposition, Sarah, you have the floor.
Thank you. And again, just to repeat, although we all hope for a more thorough reconsideration of the bylaws, we are still putting this forward in case that doesn't happen in the next year. The same rationale applies to this proposed amendment as to the prior amendment. With a smaller movement and more uncontested elections, we should be making it easier for delegates to run for office. And this amendment makes it easier for candidates to run for board offices. Like the prior proposed amendment, it would not affect the current elections and would take effect in 2024.
Thank you so very much. And that closes debate on the issue with there being no opposition. Then we come to the final bylaws amendment, which is a proposal from Wes. And I'm asking, is there any opposition to the substitute, the amended version of the amendment? No opposition to going straight to the new version. So Sarah will make the motion, yes. And who will second?
Laura,
Laura seconds. And so is there
I'm
any,
paying attention.
I'm sorry. Is there anybody opposed to this motion? Will anyone speak in opposition to this motion? Very good. Then Sarah, you have the floor.
Thanks again. Okay, so this is Wes's proposed bylaws amendment to establish a threshold for electing officers on the board. The bylaws currently state that in elections for officers, the candidates receiving the highest number of votes shall be elected, which sounds perfectly reasonable on first reading, but it results in a strange situation where if only one candidate is running for an office, it's impossible to fail to elect that individual unless every single delegate votes against them. So this allows officers to be elected to office with as little as one vote in support. So we may someday be in a situation where 51% or 75% or 95% of delegates would not vote to elect the only candidate running for the office. And there should be a way for those preferences to be captured in the outcome. This is a defect in our bylaws that should be corrected, and this amendment does so by changing the bylaws to say that, quote, in the event that only one candidate appears on the ballot for a position, a majority of votes cast is required to elect the candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That's the end of our bylaws amendments. And this is a point at which we would have another pause for delegate voting. Let me ask this question for Joanna. You have
Can I speak against it?
Oh, you wish, I'm sorry. I thought if I overlooked you, I apologize.
You didn't overlook me. I just realized.
Ah, got it. That happened.
So we came upon this situation in Baltimore, and that's why I'm bringing this up. If it happens that we vote against whoever's running and we do not have somebody filling a position, at least in Maryland, legally, we are required to have a president, a secretary, and a treasurer. What would happen if we voted against someone running for the board of director office and we did not have the number of directors and the positions of the directors that the New York State requires?
Right. This is a conundrum. And good point. And John, are you speaking in favor of the motion?
Apologies to my delegation. I'd like to make a comment against.
Okay, could we see if we need to have someone in favor for, is that Ellen? Maybe not. No.
Carolyn, I would speak in favor.
Liz will speak in favor and then.
No, I just want to make a comment, Carolyn. Dwight can speak in favor. New York law allows some officers to take both, a couple of roles.
Okay, and thank you so much. Dwight Pinoza is going to speak in favor and then John is going to speak against. Is that?
So my speaking in favor is just to point out that there is a mechanism already existing for the board to put someone into an officer role should that office be vacant. So if the assembly were unable to elect someone, the first board meeting could fill that position. That would be my understanding. Thank you.
Which we should probably discuss at some point because the parliamentarian has pointed out some other flaws in the language of our bylaws that deal with that issue. I don't know what, I have to check my notes, but go ahead, John, and I'll check my notes while you're talking.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. So I appreciate the sentiment that motivated one of West members to have our board put forward this motion. But the thing is, this happens all the time in our home society, and we don't have a situation where we would put someone up to a situation where they would be turned away because they didn't get enough affirmation. I think that the much better solution is to look at this for what it is, that we don't have enough people who want to run. And I think that a much better way to address this is to create environments that are more welcoming and more energizing for people to run for office, so we wouldn't have to have a provision. So with apologies to my delegation, I have to say that I have to speak in opposition to it.
I appreciate you that, and thank you for
Here.
that point. Yes. At this point, we're closing debate and on the motions, and we are about to enter a time for additional voting. And my question to you is this, because there are two items after this on the agenda. One, is Christian Hayden here? I have a feeling he may have left at that point. And so the only item on the agenda then after that is going to be adjournment. So if you all can hang around for 10 minutes or so, a ballot will be coming out for the amendments. And do you think this is going to, Sonia, what do you think? This is going to be something you are not going to, yeah. What do you think?
So, I mean, we will do it the same way we did all the other votes. We will be sending out the society vote first. So if you're a society delegate, you will get to vote on behalf of your society, and you'll then get a second ballot after we've had a chance to review it that goes to all of the delegates. So society lead representatives or lead delegates, you get 2 ballots here. It will take us an extra minute to get the regular ballot out because we had to divide some business. We had to divide the budget from the bylaws ballot earlier, and so we have to review that ballot before we send it out.
That was an oopsie. So it'll be a few minutes. Delegates may be at ease. If you want to wait for the vote. Go, guys, do it.
Upstairs and see how between these two. Okay, I think at this point you.
Well, Carolyn predicted this is going to be a 4-hour meeting, and it looks like we're getting really right up to it.
Yeah, I want to say something.
But not much longer. Almost there.
To the delegate.
Mike, you have your hand out.
Yeah, thanks. Just a clarification. For the bylaws votes, which delegates are allowed to vote for those?
The society delegate the lead delegate for the society has a weighted vote, so that they must vote, and then they vote again as a representative of the society. So 2 votes there. And I think that categorical delegates can also vote, but we only get 1. And then again,
That's because the bylaw amendment must be voted on by the societies as well as the delegates. So we have 2 races going.
so you're really representing your society on this one. And Eleanor has a question, and then Kay.
I don't have a.
Okay.
I don't have a question.
You have a lot of feedback, though. I don't know.
Sorry, my voice comes so weakly,
Okay.
but it's been a pleasure to see and meet so many caring members of ethical across the country. And thanks to Zoom to facilitate that. I look forward to more.
Very good. Thank you, Eleanor. Kay.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled as to who is the lead lead delegate. I think I am, but I don't have that.
I'll check.
Thank you.
I can do that, I think.
Then would NES also get a vote on that?
Lead delegates. Kay Dundorf is lead delegate for Riverdale Yonkers.
What about NES?
I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know. Oh, NES is not a society, and so it may not get the society vote, but you may get a vote for that otherwise.
Thank you.
That's not an official opinion. So. Well, while we're waiting, let me just say, first of all, thank you to Joanna and Richard and Abby and Ed for being so dedicated to stay here from beginning to end. And the very tedious little background jobs that have to happen. They seem small, but boy, aren't they big when we need timers and we need to know who's talking when. Thank you, Abby, because I did lose track. And so that help was tremendous today. And so very much appreciated.
And
And
thank you
also-
to you, Carolyn, for presiding over a long, lengthy, complicated, wacky meeting. I don't know who else could have done it.
But long, yes, and complicated for sure.
Indeed, congratulations, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Not only for today,
Yeah,
but actually for your service this year too.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ballots in.
Thank you. Oh, ballots here?
Yep, just came.
Whoa.
Can we go look to vote now?
Yes.
Oh,
Go to
okay.
vote. It's there. And if you are the lead delegate, make sure you vote on 2 of them. The voting period ends in 8 minutes.
I think only amendment 1 is there. I'm not sure.
What?
With the West bylaws, it's hard to tell which refers to which. Candidates for officer director. Oh, I see it. I see your art. I get it. Okay, sorry, never mind.
They're all there, Richard.
I voted 4 times. I voted for 4 things. What, you know. Oh, new messages. Next time we need a potluck for this.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in the neighborhood, don't forget there's a barbecue in Westchester next Saturday.
Right.
So perhaps we can all meet there and
thought.
toast a hot dog or two.
Oh, I see what there is. Actually, people have hung in there. We've lost a few people because it's Saturday and several people had to go visit with family, things like that.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the number that is still there.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled. It's wonderful.
Well, it's wonderful to see you all. I just really would love much more to be with you in person. I miss being, I'm very grateful for Zoom so that we can meet at all. But I really miss the days when we met together in person. And we were much more embodied then.
Me too, Joy. It's great to see you, finally.
Yeah, a number of us have reconnected and had conversations, and that's been a very delightful thing. So
Yeah.
it's good.
Well, and it sure helped us get through COVID.
Mhm.
For sure.
I wonder if we'll ever meet in person again.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
We met, all right, we had representatives of the presidents, representatives of the societies met in Pittsburgh in October. It was wonderful for me. I mean, not everybody thought it was wonderful, but I did. I thought it was really great to see each other and be together and talk together. And there's a lot of interest in having more meetings in person. So hopefully we'll be doing it sooner rather than later. And maybe these picnics are a practice. Getting together with 2 or 3 societies in your area says, oh, wow, this is good.
Yeah, I think the regional idea is a good one.
Yeah.
On August
will-
12th,
Go ahead.
we are in fact having a 3 society picnic with Northern Virginia, Baltimore, and Wes.
Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Very exciting.
And I will say that under the innovation proposal just approved, there is opportunity for training, which some of which is in person. And so we will, I hope, get a chance to meet.
Great.
I think one of the things that would be better, and this is from my own long experience, is that when we're in person, we can see better when somebody's body language is telling that they're hurt. Or that they've been injured in some way, and we can respond with love and kindness and whatever else we perceive as needed. And it's harder to tell on a screen. Maybe because people, try to be less vulnerable.
Yeah. Though frankly, I actually experience it. I don't experience it that way. I actually see people's hurt much more immediately through Zoom. So when I have committee meetings and I'm going a little off, I can immediately see that I'm losing people, which I think in person, I might not pay attention to quite as immediately as I do on Zoom.
That's pretty easy. It's much easier when you have a small group, though. If you have 85 people in your Zoom room, it's hard to notice every face. Well, it's hard to notice every face when we're in person too. Now that I think about it.
I wasn't a delegate, so I was just listening in, but I have to say, when it's a marathon like this, for somebody like me with ADHD, sitting for hours and hours and hours, but when I can listen in and fold laundry or load the dishwasher, it's a lot easier to, allocate the time to it.
Right. One of the things that we discovered in the process of planning this meeting that is clear from how complicated the agenda was and why the meeting has run on so long is that we had some proposals that they didn't quite mesh, that affected each other in ways which, if we'd found, I don't know what mechanism that we should have used. We certainly tried a lot of ways to to get all of this information out and discuss it. But was there some way, can we think of some way where we can do some discussions and compromises and I'd say horse trading to sort of find the better choice the way through, so that we'd have less of these complications of if this then that kind of thing? Is that a desirable goal? What would it take to reach it? I think it would make it certainly would have made the meeting shorter if we'd figured that out, but we didn't. And some things I have to say we didn't know were in conflict until we met with the parliamentarian who said, maybe not. So we have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn.
Carolyn, can I say a word?
Yeah.
I want to say that John Dankin's point, I'm such a hairy guy, I'm sorry. That John's point that we need to find a way of expanding our group and having more people involved and be more welcoming. He put it in the context of this vote, so it became like, like yes or no, agree or not agree. But I think there's no debating that. There's absolutely no debate that is, in my mind, absolutely true. However we go with these resolutions, we need to figure out how to reach more people, be more welcoming, be more tolerant, and get more people to want to work with us and to enjoy. And I think that if I may keep a little bit going a little bit more, I found it painful to go through and reading all the letters and all the proposals and stuff. But the bottom line was that this was a very, very healthy process. And if we could move forward with the ethical love that we have, some of us might feel like, gee, very disappointed, but if we move forward together, and if a quarter of what Bergen has promised might happen comes true, this is going to be great. And it's all just for a limited time limit. It's like 3 years. If it doesn't work out, we could keep trying and massaging again. So like, I'm really hoping that, I think Eric said it in his note, like we'll all be reaching out and to connect with each other. Nobody should walk away a loser. I hope that's true, and nobody's even disappointed maybe, but not feeling like they lost. I just want to say that. I think
that's eloquent and accurate.
Yes. And it's also
Drawer.
let me
Eloquent and accurate.
Thank you, Liesl.
Yeah.
Liesl and I are good friends. We were cousins because
I
of being
wouldn't say that otherwise.
I love your ceiling fan.
Yeah, John.
Oh, that's all you've got to be, huh?
Yeah.
You are. Hello.
That's a little better, Lisa.
Hi, I just changed rooms, changed floors as the temperatures change in the house.
Yeah, I think that it's important when we leave here to appreciate what we've accomplished. We disagreed, we agreed, we compromised, we came together, we made new paths. I sent a message this morning to the Board Development Committee because I know how hard, not the board, the voting support team. I sent the message to the voting support team because I knew they had really, really hard work to do today and hard decisions to do today. So I told them that I thanked them. And I also said that I was proud of what they did and that I love them and that no matter what happens, I'm content. And I would say the same thing to all of you. There are
That's lovely.
You here now. And I don't think there's anyone I wouldn't say to you that I thank you for your patience and your perseverance. I'm proud of what you've done today in being here. I love you. And I'm content.
Beautiful.
Well, I think your chairing was also excellent.
Oh, thank you.
Tender and motherly and kind. And very efficient, also businesslike, all together.
Thank you. Richard, what are you gonna say?
Oh, no, I just approve of what was
Doing the
just
win-
said.
Oh, Susan, yeah. Thank you.
I think we should try to remember that there really aren't winners and losers in this.
No,
It's everybody trying to work together to do what's best for our organization and our societies as well.
no,
So, and there's always next year.
yeah.
I think if we could tape this, it would be nice to play at a society meeting.
Oh, no.
You know,
Oh.
not the whole thing, just this appreciation section and
Okay.
earning section.
It's being recorded, so.
It is being recorded.
It is.
Pull
There's
that-
a reason you can, people like Dror can pull out sections.
No, thank you. I do think this is our kumbaya moment, and usually kumbaya is mocked, but it's really not so bad to have kumbaya moments. And it's not naive and it's not simple. And I read your comment, Trish, about that we have we're challenged if things don't work out. Where will we be in 3 years? And I want to remind what Susan from West said once, like I asked the same thing. She says, there's too much momentum and too much love here for us to let this movement die because of temporary failures or mistakes or going down the wrong road for a while. We'll be here and we'll be back. And I think we'll have more people with new energy. I mean, that's my hope. I'm looking for things I could tell my friends for reasons to get involved, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dror. I think also to mention, or societies die. The Queen Society on Long Island has 2 or 3 members, and it's been going since the late 70s, as far as I know, but they still haven't given up. And Suffolk County, which is also on Long Island at the East End, has 5 members, most of whom are over 80, and they're hanging in. So tenacity.
I tried to reach out to Queens this year and couldn't get a response back, but I checked their webpage. They were marching in the Pride Parade. They're still doing.
Yeah.
All right, Rachel?
Sonia.
Rachel, I apologize. We needed to come out of the breakout room because the
know.
person we were helping didn't know how to leave the breakout
Yeah,
room.
I know.
So I'm hoping you
I'll
can
make
just
you
put us
another
back in
breakout
so we
room.
can close the votes.
You want me to make you another breakout room, right?
Yeah, I just need another breakout room with the voting team. I'm so sorry about the delay.
Okay, I can't do that for 39 seconds apparently, so you'll just have to hold on for a second.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
that's how it works. There's nothing I can do. 31 seconds. I can do another breakout room. Sorry
Oh.
about that.
Just so you know, we are ready to end the voting. We just
Oh,
have to go
good.
and actually do it. So
But do you actually need another breakout room?
yeah, because we need to discuss we need to agree that it's ready to close. Like we have to, come to consensus. Yes, it's
Got it.
ready. And then we need to look at the results and decide what we're going to say about the results. So
Alrighty, sorry.
no, it's
Got
okay.
2 minutes.
I kept moving her out, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I appreciate your help.
While Rachel is doing that, it reminds me, Rachel, we thank you. You've challenged us. We've challenged you. It's what else can we say? Thank you, Rachel. It's been a trip.
Now, Louise is on a.
How about a little brainstorm?
What's
of your favorite part of the meeting or your best comments you remember?
My favorite part is seeing you again, Liesl. It's been so long.
It's true.
Yes, great to see you.
Thank
Glad
you.
you're here.
Thank you. I've had several years of withdrawal, kind of. Now I'm walking back in.
Welcome back.
Wonderful.
I wasn't hostile. I was ill.
And maybe it was my fault.
It's so great to see you, Lisa. Sending you
Thank you,
hugs and
Joy.
love.
Thank you.
You said no?
People have been wonderful letting me come to things and not participate very much. But it gets me out of my house and thinking about myself.
Yeah, I could do that too.
I'm curious how many combined years of ethical culture we have here. Maybe we could put it in the chat and add it up and see. We might have 1,000 years.
I think we do.
Well, I'm putting, I have since 1981, believe it or not. It's unbelievable.
I have since
19
1978.
Wow, it's massive.
I think mine was I think I worked for the society in the 70s. When did you work for the society, Vondra? Was it the 70s?
Yeah, I worked there in 1974
Uh-huh.
as
I wasn't working there yet.
as Jerome Nathanson. I was there for Jerome Nathanson's final swan song.
And I had a wonderful man, Shell Ackley, I think his name was.
75.
Sheldon Ackley.
Yep.
I was there for what's her name, Maggie Kuhn and the Grey Panthers. I was there for Ed Gorell and Mimi Lamb. I was there for the production of Danton's death in the meeting house. Hundreds of young actors acting out the French Revolution. So
I've always thought that it really something we learned in the women's movement, the women's community development movement, that I've always had as my love, activism, is that women work in networks much better than regular organizations, because each woman has a cadre of 5 or 10 people who are totally loyal and will back her.
Don't you go upstairs and?
Yeah, I'll go upstairs, yeah.
Hello, Sonia.
Oh, Sonia's back. Thank you
Sonia.
for calling us in.
I finally realized that if I raised my hand, you'd notice me sooner. All right. And let me just verify that Chris and Bill are both here. Yep, they're both here. Okay, so all 4 of these bylaws amendments passed both the society vote and the delegate vote. That means that under normal circumstances, all 4 would come into effect. However, because the Bergen bylaws amendment is not compatible with the first 2 West bylaws amendments, the first 2 West bylaws amendments would not be valid, right? Because they would be trying to amend something that no longer exists. Therefore, the unofficial result that we still need to certify is that Bergen's bylaws amendment wins 41 votes to 37 on the society vote and 11 votes to 7, or sorry, 41 votes to 37 votes on the regular delegate vote, and then 11 votes to 7 votes on the society vote. And that the last one about the threshold required to elect officers from Wes passes the delegate vote with 40 votes in favor and 35 opposed, and with 12 society votes in favor and 6 opposed. And again, Bill, Chris, and I are going to meet to go over all of these results and produce a final report, which we will endeavor to get out to you tonight. And we do need, you know, a short snack break before we get started on that.
At the very
Steak
least.
dinner.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our agenda. Christian Hayden has not, he is not here. And so we will not have closing words, but at least to have a closing thought. Tomorrow morning, back again for the All Society platform. And we will look forward.
Carolyn, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did speak to Christian Hayden. And he was actually under the impression that he is giving the closing remarks tomorrow. He did not understand that he was giving the closing remarks today. So I want to just share that with all.
Sorry about that. Well, that seems like a perfectly good ending to a perfectly good day. In any case, we accomplished a great deal. We did it together. We're still here. We're still standing, and it's lovely. And so what I'm going to do is say, I will see you tomorrow morning. And it's possible we may see you again on September 23rd. I haven't quite figured out what's happening there, but that might happen. And I appreciate all of you and all you've done today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
Bye.
Carolyn.
The
Thank you,
meeting is
especially
adjourned.
Carolyn and Rachel.